Daybell. This is continuing with the defense case in chief today. As we left off yesterday, I believe Joseph Murray was on the stand, and I'll note that the jurors have each returned and signed their juror affirmation for the date. If we're ready to proceed then with additional testimony, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time, please. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Tammy Daybell. We're continuing with the defense case in chief. The court would note the jurors are all returned and present, properly seated. Jurors have each signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction yesterday as he left. So thank you again for continuing to follow that as you have throughout this trial. The witness is on the stand, Mr. Murray, who's previously been placed under oath. We were continuing with direct examination when we broke for the day yesterday, or I think, did we complete direct examination?
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for the reminder then. Direct had concluded, so we'll start on cross-examination at this time, and is that going to be you, Mr. Wixom?
It will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then if you'd like to commence with your cross, you may do so.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I begin, may I ask to be provided with the state's previously admitted exhibit 77G as in George?
Yes.
Thank you. And Judge, again, what exhibit did he reference?
77G.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I begin while the clerk's looking for that?
Yes, if you'd like, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Murray.
Morning.
So I want to start this morning by revisiting the questions you were asked by the defense counsel yesterday. Do you remember when you first took the stand, he had asked you to explain to the jury how many times that you had met with him?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was to that?
Once 2 days ago and one other time on the phone.
Okay. Now, you wouldn't disagree, would you, that the loss of Tammy Daybell would be and was a traumatic experience for your wife and for her siblings?
Absolutely. All right. I absolutely would agree that that would be the case.
Likewise, would you agree that the finding of Tylee and JJ's bodies on Chad's property was likewise a traumatic experience?
Yes, for the whole family, indeed.
So it would be safe to say then that over the course of the last 5 years, you have probably had many conversations with your spouse about the surrounding facts, haven't you?
Yes.
And likewise, is it also safe to say that you've had many conversations with her siblings about these same situations?
Not, I wouldn't say many, but because we didn't live in the same household, and we weren't gathering weekly even, so I wouldn't say many.
But you did have conversations over the course of the last 5 years with the siblings?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you didn't live in the same house with them? Is that what you said?
With the exception of one brother, one of Emma's brothers, yeah.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. With respect to the events of October 9th, you were asked some questions about the layout of your house relative to Chad Daybell's, and you explained that your house is kitty corner.
Correct.
And you'd also referenced in your testimony that you've testified previously about these things in a grand jury proceeding.
Correct.
And that would have been roughly May of 2021.
Correct.
And Mr. Pryor had asked you some questions relative to your testimony in that proceeding. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. And those questions in part were directed towards your information about this October 9th attempted shooting of Tammy.
Correct.
Now, I just want to be clear. In your grand jury testimony, and I believe yesterday you confirmed that you did not see the attempted shooting.
That is correct.
And in fact, you weren't even aware of it to say.
Yep.
And it was after that notification that you asked your wife about it. She hadn't seen it, correct?
She had just seen it as I was going into the house.
And-
About the same time, roughly.
Thank you. And then either one of you reached out to Tammy and called her.
She did.
And so with
You heard the conversation.
okay. Now, just for clarification, your testimony today, yesterday at the grand jury is that you don't have any personal knowledge with respect to however that shooting occurred or whatever went down. Fair?
That is correct.
Now, when you tried to explain that away somewhat yesterday by the fact that
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization explaining away.
Sustained.
you don't disagree that yesterday on this point, you had explained that when you had met with Deputy Cannon in the roadway, you were quick to give him information because you wanted him to go search.
Correct.
So isn't it possible that whatever you were relaying to Deputy Cannon in that quick interaction, one reason for the discrepancy could be he misunderstood what you were saying.
Possible, but very unlikely.
So you believe he was intentionally inaccurate.
Correct.
Okay. With respect to what you said yesterday about Tammy never having described this paintball gun as anything but a paintball gun, you did testify to that, yes?
Yep.
Isn't it possible that you simply could have been mistaken about Tammy's full description of what happened as she was having with your wife? That given the nature of the situation, Deputy Cannon could have been confused by your explanation to him, correct? You just said that.
Yes, but I was also very clear in what I explained to him.
But you don't believe that you're beyond having that same kind of miscommunication if that did occur.
No, based off of the fact that both my wife and I had the same understanding. From the
Well,
same
I'm not asking
conversation.
about your wife's understanding. I'm asking you, yes or no. You certainly could have had the same kind of misunderstanding,
I don't believe so.
but you could have, or you simply,
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
after you gave that information, whatever information you gave to Deputy Cannon, did you have any further conversations with him about this?
No.
In fact, you went back afterwards and talked to your wife and talked to your mother-in-law some more about this incident?
When are you referring to?
Anytime at all?
Maybe the next day or after that. I don't recall having a specific conversation about it after.
Now, yesterday, I'm going to move on to October 18th. You had testified, and I think you confirmed through your defense counsel that on the 18th of October of 2019, that you had been helping a friend do some work. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it was because of that work that you felt a need to borrow your mother-in-law's truck. Is that correct?
My in-laws truck, yes.
Well, in fact, going back to the grand jury testimony back in May of 2021, when you were asked about this, do you disagree that in the transcript, you specifically described it as your mother-in-law's truck?
I may have, but it was owned by
Just
both of
yes or
them.
no is all I asked for. So I think you also explained yesterday that on that day when you needed the truck, you went to her to get the keys at work, correct?
Correct.
And so you had indicated that she had the truck at work, correct?
Correct.
So on that day, she'd driven the truck,
Yes.
and that was October 18th.
Yep.
That would have been just under 10 days from the shooting incident, is that correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, when you returned the keys, you returned those same keys back to Tammy, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified yesterday that at some point Chad Daybell gave you that very truck.
Yep.
Do you still have that truck?
Yes.
You still drive it?
Not right now because it has some mechanical issues.
Okay. But you were given the truck back in December of 2019?
Yep.
Right. Did you drive it for some time after it was given to you?
Yes.
Now, you likewise have explained that you have been married to Emma for 7 years, I think.
Almost 7 years.
So roughly 5 years ago, you would have been married to her a couple of years.
Correct.
At that point in time, you had one child.
Correct.
At that point in time, you lived across the street, kitty corner.
Correct.
And then, isn't it true that on June 9th of 2019, of 2020, when Chad was arrested, you and Emma moved into Chad's home?
Correct. Well, not on after. Are you saying after June 9th? Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. Not on June 9th, but after. Yes.
Yes. Okay. If I might have permission to publish states 77G at this time on the Emma.
You may.
So going back to receiving that truck, you were given that truck by Chad. Yesterday you testified in 2018, but I think you later clarified that was 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was December of 2019?
Correct.
Did you explain the occasion as to why Chad gave you the truck in December of 2019?
No.
Why did he give you the truck in 2019?
Because we only had one working vehicle at the time.
And so on June 9th of 2020, it was after that, shortly after that, that you moved into Chad's home.
Correct.
That's when he'd got arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that's
I'm not exactly sure.
You're not aware if that would have came from Chad Daybell?
Well, I know we got $8,000, but I wasn't.
Okay. And that occurred, I'm done, Your Honor. Chad Daybell in December 2019 gave you his truck.
Yep.
Okay. And then later in June 9th, when he's arrested, he deposited $8,000 into your account.
Yep.
Right. And then he had you guys move into his house, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware that he also gave Emma $9,000 in cash that day?
Yes.
So he gave you roughly $17,000 in cash. Correct. Had given you one of his vehicles, correct?
Yep.
And gave.
Yep.
You were asked questions, we've already alluded to this, that at some point.
Correct.
Right. The fire pit, correct?
Yep. Lori Vallow?
Yes.
No. I mean, yes, sorry. I went back to the thing you were talking about them in particular. Yes, I've met Lori.
Okay. And isn't it true that the first day you met Lori was the day after Tammy's funeral at Chad's house?
Yes.
So she came to Chad's house and that's where whether it was Chad or somebody else.
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
On that second part of the question, I will sustain that.
You wouldn't disagree that anybody who buried those children could have used that driveway and have done so outside the visibility of the roadway, correct?
From the Salem Highway, no, they would not have been able to.
Now, you testified also that at some point in time, Detective Hermosillo had been seen driving by this property,
Yep, before and after Chad's arrest.
and that was something that you had observed personally?
Yep.
And at that point, had you met Detective Hermosillo?
Yes,
And that's how you were able to identify him?
and I've also seen him on Facebook.
Did you see Detective Hermosillo the day that Tylee and JJ were found?
I can't recall for sure on that day.
You don't have any reason to disagree that Detective Hermosillo was one of the lead investigators in this case?
No, I have no reason to disagree on that.
No reason to disagree that in fact he was there the day that the bodies were found?
I would assume so.
So you would disagree that for law enforcement to drive back and forth by this property, that they may have suspected the bodies were, and in fact found the bodies there. That wouldn't necessarily be unusual, would it?
Perhaps no. However, this was even after the bodies were taken out, that he would slowly drive by the property.
And to that point. So you would disagree that a detective who discovers bodies on a property, arrests somebody from the property, might have a surveillance or investigative interest in continuing to drive by the property to identify if someone else was coming back to the property after the bodies had been removed. You don't disagree with that, do you?
I don't see the reason for it.
You're not a law enforcement officer, are you?
Absolutely not. I would rather choose any other profession.
Okay.
Choose any other profession.
But you don't disagree that a law enforcement officer who found bodies on the property might want to continue to observe that property to see if anything else suspicious occurred there at the property.
I don't see the reason for him returning.
Do you think finding bodies on a property is a big deal?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered at least a couple of times.
Sustained.
When Detective Hermosillo was driving by the property, did he ever make contact with you?
No.
Were you aware that some kind of memorial had been placed on that property relative to Tylee and JJ?
Yes, but the slow driving by wasn't just on 200 North, it was also on Salem Highway.
You don't disagree that for a law enforcement officer to find two children buried on a property would be a traumatic event, do you?
I don't disagree. However, I don't understand why during working hours, we would need to return and visit the memorial.
So that's not understandable to you how a law enforcement officer might have a traumatic experience and go back and visit the property.
I didn't say that.
So then you agree it could be.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'll need 77G.
Very well. I don't know if it's still up there. If it is, Mr. Wixom, just please leave it.
All right, did I return that exhibit back to Marshall? I can't recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, may I publish 77G?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
I'd like you to count down the fourth entry on 77G.
Okay.
It says the name Seth C. Daybell. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me who Seth C. Daybell is?
Seth is the son of Chad and Tammy Daybell, also my wife's brother.
And do you see how much money Seth got?
$8,000.
Okay. Are you aware of any of the other children of Chad Daybell getting money as well?
I believe all of them did.
Do you know what the amounts were?
$8,000.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Murray. Is he going to remain under your subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
He is not, Judge.
Has the state got him under subpoena? Okay, you are released then from any subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying, Mr. Murray. You can be excused.
And Your Honor, before we bring in the next witness, may we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, Mr. Pryor, you can call your next witness.
You have permission to approach the podium.
Yes.
Dr. Kathy Raven. And Jeff, while we're waiting, my understanding is there's a stipulation of the parties on Defense Exhibit 135. It encompasses the forensic report of Dr. Kathy Raven. I'd move for admission of 135.
I can take that up. I'll prefer to get that admitted once we have the witness on the stand.
You can hang on. That's
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
May I, Judge?
Give us just a sec here, Mr. Pryor.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
All right. Mr. Pryor, subject to the exclusionary rules that you're under. Okay. You may inquire then. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Then Raven.
And can you tell me what your occupation is?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, explain to me what a forensic pathologist is.
I'm a medical doctor. I actually did 4 years of medical school. Then I became a pathologist, which is the doctor that's at the hospital, does all the lab tests, biopsies. But I specialized even further in that. I went into forensic pathology, and that's applying the knowledge of medicine as a doctor. And really the main focus is to determine cause of death in individuals,
Okay, and in what state do you practice?
primarily in California.
And do you have any cities or municipalities that you associate with that you do work primarily for?
Yes, I'm a contract forensic pathologist in California, and I primarily work in Alameda County, which is the Bay Area, and also in Butte County.
Okay, and how long have you been a licensed forensic pathologist?
25, 26 years now.
And you're presently, obviously, you testified you're presently engaged in that profession at the present time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you receive your training in pathology?
In pathology, I received it in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, at the University of Colorado Health Science Center. It was 4 years of general pathology.
And what sort of certifications or what sort of certifications are?
Well, to be a general pathologist, you can either be an anatomical pathologist or a clinical pathologist. So after you do a residency, you would take a board pathology, injury to the nervous system. And then I did a year of forensic pathology, which is where I do subspecialize and just did forensic pathology. I'm also board certified in forensic pathology.
And you jumped the gun on me. And when we say that there is a, is that the American Board of Pathology?
Yes.
And what is the American Board of Pathology?
It's just a board, it's national. Every pathologist who's board certified takes the exact same test, regardless of where they did their training at. To be a board certified pathologist, you'd have to pass the examination.
And I assume then that you passed that examination.
Yes.
Are you, and do you have any publications or any theses that you've written as part of your 25-year career?
As a fellow, when I was in training, I had a paper published. But other than that, I've been a practicing pathologist.
So you do the hands-on work of a pathologist?
Correct.
You're not a academic person?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you testified previously in any proceedings?
Yes.
Have you previously been approved as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And can you give me approximately how many times you've done that?
Probably close to 300 or more.
Okay. Now, I skipped one question. Is part of your certification, is that a national certification?
Yes. It's a board certification, so it's a national test. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, you can you can apply your principles of forensic pathology anywhere in the United States. It's a scientific process. Would that be fair?
Yes, as far as the pathology itself, you have to be licensed in a particular state to practice in that state. But as a pathologist, I could go anywhere and be a pathologist.
Now, this particular conduct an investigation regarding this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the area of investigation you were to conduct was in what area of this case?
If I'm understanding the question, I was asked to review the autopsy report and other pertinent materials.
Okay. And when you did review the autopsy report?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection of all of the other documents that you reviewed?
A summary of them, but I don't know them specifically without my report.
Would it help you if I were to provide you your report?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to move for admission of Defense Exhibit, I think it's 135.
As a statement of the review that?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 135 is admitted. Can you, and that's the report, Mr. Pryor, paper copy?
That is a paper copy, and I have a paper copy as well. And Dr. Raven, if you would be so kind as to just review, we can't have you read off, unfortunately, what you line by line. So if you're able to review and give us a synopsis of what you looked at after you've reviewed it, set it down, and then we'll proceed from that.
I could give a general.
Okay, go ahead. What documents did you review as part of this?
Dr. Christensen's autopsy report from Utah. Along with that were autopsy photographs. There were also some scene photographs that I reviewed. The death certificate, the original death certificate I reviewed. There was a couple reports from the coroner. I don't know if they were the official reports, but some typewritten reports from the coroner and some law enforcement investigation reports also.
Okay. And then in addition, in a previous matter, and I don't want to say what matter, in a previous matter, you looked and reviewed previous testimony as well,
I
correct?
reviewed previous testimony from Dr. Christensen, correct?
Okay. And you also looked at some of Dr. Marsden's remarks as well?
I don't recall her remarks as much as Dr. Christensen's.
Okay. Now, I want to go in the area of conclusions that are drawn as the result of an autopsy. And I understand there are approximately 5 categories that you could arrive at as a result of conclusions that you make when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Okay. In this particular case, you arrived at a conclusion in terms of your review of the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that conclusion, there are other conclusions that someone in your field as a forensic pathologist can arrive at. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And what would some of those other conclusions be?
In this particular case.
Well, in any
either.
case, in general,
You mean as far as manner of death?
in terms of manner.
Manner of death, there's usually 5 categories of manner. The cause of death is the medical disease process or injury that actually caused the death. But the manner of death is how we categorize the death, really just for death certificate purposes. So either homicide, suicide, accident, undetermined, or natural death. So any one of those 5 for manner of death can be would fit a certain case. If we don't know or it doesn't fit particularly in one or the other, then we would call it undetermined.
Now, in reviewing this case, you made some summary of some of the materials in terms of what you discovered. Can you talk briefly about the summary of some of the things you arrived at as part of your review?
Specifically, I paid most attention to the autopsy report. It was an autopsy after embalming and disinterment. It was a thorough autopsy. I reviewed that. There was a few injuries, some bruising, which are very nonspecific to the arms.
And if we could stop there in a
Yeah.
minute and just talk briefly about what is nonspecific bruising?
So nonspecific bruising just means there's not a pattern to it, and anything can cause a bruise or contusion. Is the same thing. It's caused by blunt force. So any blunt object, blunt surface, anything, you bump your arm, you fall, someone hits you, anything blunt, to compare it to a knife, should be sharp. So anything blunt can cause a bruise. So nonspecific just means we don't know what caused them. Any number of things could cause them as long as it had a blunt surface.
Okay. And at this point, when you say nonspecific, there's no way to determine what was the cause of action that resulted in the bruises on the right arm and then the one bruise on the left arm. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you continued with your summary. I'll allow you to continue on that with what you also summarized.
Then and there was no anatomical cause of death found at the autopsy.
Okay. And I'm gonna keep interrupting you as we go through that because this is important. When you say there was no anatomical cause of death, what does that mean?
When we do an autopsy, we look at every organ in the body. We pull it out, we dissect it, and we're looking for anything that may have caused death. So we do a dissection of the heart, looking for heart disease. We look at the lungs, the liver, every organ, the brain, looking for natural death, anything that may have caused death. In this particular case, nothing was found.
Okay. And then further, what other findings did you make?
And then the next step we would do is what's called toxicology, looking at the blood. Sometimes we look at the urine and also the fluid in the eye called vitreous. We analyze those and we look for any kind of drugs, toxins, or any abnormalities with those.
And would you agree that the toxicology report, at least according to your report that you provided, indicates that it was an extensive toxicology report?
Yes, it was a very extensive toxicology examination. They did extensive testing.
Okay. And at this point, there is always the possibility something could have been missed in the toxicology, correct?
Correct. So we just can't send a blood sample to the lab and say, look for anything and everything. We have to tell them what to look for. So most of the things we have are in a panel. We're really looking for, again, illicit drugs. If you're looking for things specifically like poisons and other things, you have to tell them which one to look for. They just don't they can't just randomly look for it. But they did extensive testing looking for several poisons and drugs.
So at this point, aside from the extensive testing, unless it was something unusual, the likelihood is that this wasn't the result of any kind of a poisoning, correct?
More than likely, it would be funny they couldn't detect anything. And there's always things we're not going to be able to detect, and the embalming does interfere with some testing, but nothing that they tested for was positive, so it would be unlikely.
Okay. And then additional findings that you made?
I have to think for a moment. Sorry.
Can you refresh your report with your?
No, I just didn't know where I left off. I'm sorry. When you asked that last question. So we had the bruises that we talked about, and really that was it. There's no other anatomical cause of death from an anatomy perspective, from what the organs, and then there was no toxicological cause of death either.
Okay. Now you indicated that the body was exhumed and they performed an autopsy, and then the same day the body was reburied. Is that correct?
I don't know when it was reburied. I'm sorry.
But the autopsy was done as the same day that it was exhumed, correct?
Again, I'm not sure. I know the autopsy was done on the 19th, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when it was exhumed, to be honest.
So the date of the autopsy was October 19th of 2019.
I believe it was December. I'm sorry, it was December 11th. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're right
Yeah,
too.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Goodness, where'd I get that from? I know where I got that from.
Right. The date of the incident was
Date of her
October 19th, but
date of her passing was. I apologize for that.
well, I misspoke too. So it was December 11th, 2019.
Okay. Now, the autopsy was done on December 11th of 2019. Do you recall when the date of the signature that was placed on the autopsy was placed on that document?
I believe it was in January. I can't remember the specific date of 2021.
So am I understanding that it would have been over a year plus between the time of the autopsy and the signing of the report?
It would probably be close to over 2 years.
Okay. And is there some explanation that you can logical explanation as to why there is such a gap in time between when the autopsy was done and when these folks decided to sign the document with their findings?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Do you have any idea how
No.
such a length of time?
Sometimes the toxicology testing takes a while, a few months. So if you get it back and it's negative, and you might go back and say, let's try this again. Let's try this. Let's look for this and let's look for that. That's the only thing I can think of why it would take so long to sign out a report.
Okay, and that could be the explanation, is that it took them a significant amount of time to try to find something in the toxicology that would support their theory?
Or other things, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you came to a conclusion in your report in regards to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that since there was no anatomical or toxicological cause of death, no injury to account for death, that it would be best classified as a cause of death as undetermined.
Okay, now when you say no physical cause of death, you did review Dr. Christensen's testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was some mention, at least during this trial, of the bruising on the arms. Is it your conclusion that those bruises could not be taken in consideration to support a different conclusion of asphyxia?
Well, again, the bruising on the arm is nonspecific. They're just bruises on the arm. They don't indicate a cause of death. They don't cause death in and of themselves. They're just nonspecific bruises on the arm. So I don't believe it supports a diagnosis of anything other than there was some blunt injury to the arms.
Okay. And in regards to the suggestion that if someone were to sit on the chest of someone to try to cause asphyxiation, did you examine or look into that possibility?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Would it be a possible basis of asphyxiation by suffocation by sitting on someone's chest?
It's a difficult question. It's very difficult to sit on somebody's chest and kill them. There are reports. There was one scientific study done back in 2017 I believe it was out of San Diego, where they actually tried to figure out how much weight it would take, how much pressure it would take to do that. Usually when somebody does asphyxiate, it's usually several people on top of somebody, or in a crowd. You've heard of the stadiums where the crowds get stuck and everyone gets pushed together. That's several bodies. It's not just one. This particular study said it would be probably 450 plus pounds that would have to require to sit. So I think it'd be extraordinarily hard to sit on somebody, a healthy young person anyways. Maybe an old febrile person you might be able to, but I think it'd be very, very difficult and unlikely.
Okay. And then the possibility of asphyxiating them by just holding their arms, that's not going to do it either, correct? Just holding,
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Overruled.
with just holding somebody's arms and leaving bruises, is there a way to asphyxiate someone that way?
No, so asphyxia just really means that there's no oxygen getting to the blood to supply our organs. So several things can cause asphyxia. Asphyxia is just a mechanism. It's not really even a cause of death. It's always due to something. So it might be asphyxia due to drowning, where we're not getting oxygen, asphyxia due to choking, asphyxia due to strangulation. So asphyxia in itself just means that they're not getting oxygen. It's a very non-specific term.
Did you see any indication that there was any damage to the neck or the throat?
No, there's no obvious damage to the neck. There was some damage caused by the embalming process, may have obscured, at least on the right side of the neck, but there was no obvious hemorrhage or other injury.
Now, in reading Dr. Christensen, Dr. Marsden's reports, they established that this was homicide by asphyxia. And can you explain why you differ with that diagnosis?
Well, it's just that the person we have no cause of death for. We don't know what the cause of death is. So that would be undetermined. It's an undetermined death. Of autopsies, maybe we don't, there's several things can cause death without leaving any signs or indications. So since we don't know exactly what happened, we call it undetermined, and that's what I would have called this.
And some of the other possibilities other than asphyxia would include what?
As far as not leaving any signs or not having anything, a seizure can cause a death without leaving any signs. A cardiac arrhythmia can also cause death without leaving any signs. Asphyxia is one thing that can cause it. Drugs that weren't detected.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you made note of some of the comments that were made about Tammy's past medical issues, some shaking and some lightheadedness, those sort of things. Is that something that would be consistent with a seizure diagnosis?
Well, it might be consistent with a seizure, the shaking fits that were described. Since there was no diagnosis, that's hard to say. The only way to diagnose it would have been to go to a neurologist and have it diagnosed. But certainly that's the history that we get. Some people see shaking. Sometimes it's violent. Sometimes it's even just violent. I'm sorry. Sometimes people just stare off into space. There's different kinds of seizures. So a shaking fit would be described by a lay person.
And you did touch on that, and that was the next area, is that seizures don't necessarily mean that there's episodes of violent shaking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We've seen some of the politicians in the past several years who have just been on live camera and they just black out and there's nothing there. Those are what you.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained. And I'll strike that last question.
So a seizure, can you describe a little bit about the types of seizures for me?
Again, you can have different types of seizures. You have larger seizures where what we think of larger seizures, where you think of that most people think of the shaking, the convulsing. It could be very traumatic. Actually, you can get a lot of injuries from those. Serious injuries also, or you can have smaller ones, lighter ones where sometimes people just might stare off into space. Sometimes they do like just repetitive type of motions with their hands or even their lips smacking. Very, very small, can be very subtle. It really depends where the focus is at and what type of seizure it is.
But whether it's a small seizure or a large seizure, ultimately at some point that seizure could become fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, seizures are a cause of death. We see them as a cause of death or attribute it to death, not infrequently.
Okay. You also mentioned arrhythmia. Talk to me a little bit about arrhythmia.
Well, again, these are just the things that people die from that we can't see anything. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance, just like a seizure is an electrical disturbance in the brain. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance in the heart. So same thing, we may not see anything at the time of death or at the autopsy, excuse me.
Okay. And at some with arrhythmia, there's not necessarily any signs of damage with the heart. Is that correct?
Correct. Frequently you'll see cardiac abnormalities. You might see a structural defect in the heart, some coronary artery disease. You might see something, and then if it's a sudden death, it's a presumed cardiac arrhythmia. You don't have to have a structural defect, but we do usually see that.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, Dr. Christensen came to the conclusion that this was homicide, and your conclusion is different, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the explanations of the possibilities of what potentially could have caused the death, without any physical signs of any structural or physical damage, what would those include?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The causes of death that could have resulted from this. They could include a seizure, is that correct?
Yes,
They could include arrhythmia, is that correct?
yes,
They can include asphyxia, is that correct?
yes.
Is there really any certainty to know what was the cause of death of Tammy Daybell?
No, because all those, plus again, if there's some toxicology that we didn't pick up on, can cause death without leaving any signs.
Now, is it standard practice when there's no signs and there's no indication of what could have caused the death to take a jump to asphyxia? Is that what would be the common practice?
In my opinion, no. The way I practice and the way I've always taught people to practice in the institutions I've been associated with, again, we would call them undetermined. Again, it's not, we do get cases where we don't find anything. We don't jump to conclusions or speculate. We just say these are things that might have happened. We don't know, so we're better left calling it undetermined. Other people might practice differently.
Okay. So it's a matter of how people practice. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
But in your opinion, there's no conclusion that could be drawn in this particular case.
No, there was no scientific evidence of a cause of death.
I want to talk to you about a little bit of a term in terms of your profession. The term is called confirmatory bias. Are you familiar with that term?
Vaguely familiar. The confirmation bias is what I think I know it as.
Okay, and explain to me what that means.
It's kind of a term that's been introduced over the last couple of years. Actually, it's probably been around longer than that, but in forensic pathology is the last few years. Anyways, it just talks about, if you have something in your mind or you're told a scenario in a case, if you're not going to just see that and make and lean your diagnosis squeezing a baby, you might lean towards asphyxia because you're being biased by that history. So it's kind of a bias. It's not just looking at the scientific evidence in front of you, but you're being biased by other things.
So if someone were to say that they put the procedural history and some of the events that occurred around the time of Tammy Daybell's death, that would be an example of confirmatory bias. Would that be fair?
Possibly depends what was told them. Possibly,
Okay.
yes.
Well, you talked about the fact that someone saw the baby squeezed or shaken, and then the investigation is turned that way and leaned that way, correct?
Yes, that's what it's most commonly seen in, is like a shaken baby case.
So if someone has provided some information, regardless of whether it's relevant to the case, we should still be going back to the scientific evidence and base it on science and facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, as a physician, pathologist, our diagnosis should be based off science and what we can actually see, rather than speculating. Again, that's how I've always practiced and that's how I teach.
And would it be fair to say that most of you folks in the field of forensic pathology would approach it the way you're approaching it?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Blake, I presume, doing the cross. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Raven.
Good morning.
You indicated that you are a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you work as a medical examiner?
I do not now.
So in your current capacity, you're not in a medical examiner, your office? In your current capacity, you're not working at a medical examiner's office?
No, I'm a forensic pathologist, an independent contractor at this point in my career.
Do you have investigators that work with you?
Yes, in the coroner's office, we'll still have investigators.
So you are in a coroner office system right now?
Yes.
In the current system you're in, who determines whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
It really varies. Most of the time it's the pathologist who determines that. It really depends. In a medical examiner, it's different because the pathologist is the medical examiner. In a coroner system, it's a little different. It's the coroner who will bring the case in. Usually it's left up to the pathologist in my jurisdictions to determine the level of the examination.
And we've talked a little bit about your report. And do you still have that with you?
I do not.
May the witness be handed that last exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe you indicated that you reviewed the autopsy report and documents that were specific. See if I can find the phrasing here. That you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information. Do you recall that?
Yes, I listed a few things, yes.
And in your report, there's a section, materials reviewed. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Is that an exhaustive list of the documents you reviewed in this case?
The initial, I believe I've had a few documents sent to me since this report. But I believe that would have been it, yes.
And do you mind reading those off for the record, what you reviewed?
Absolutely. I thought I wasn't supposed to, but I can.
Yes, it's an exhibit that's been admitted, so I think that's appropriate.
And so I could just verbatim.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
You have to excuse my voice, I'm sorry. The following materials were reviewed regarding the death of T. Daybell. Autopsy report authored by Dr. Lily Marston, co-signed by Dr. Eric Christensen. Autopsy photographs, toxicology reports from NMS and the Utah Department of Health. A brief investigative report from the Office of the Medical Examiner, State of Utah. A typed coroner report, not signed, dated, or on letterhead, unknown time, authored, or source. The Fremont County Coroner informal record of death report. A report by Deputy Greenhaw, the name, Detective Fabinich and Lieutenant Powell. Scene photographs, unknown source. Report by B. Mattingly. Fremont County incident report from incident from 10/09/2019. Copy of the death certificate for T. Daybell, signed 10/19/2019 by Brenda Dye, and the transcript of Dr. Christensen's testimony, Brenda Dye interview, and Deputy Coroner M. Wilmore's interview.
You said maybe since then you've reviewed a few more documents.
Yes, I believe so, but that was 3 years ago, so I believe a few things have come through. When I started first reviewing them, a few things have come through since.
And do you recall what those things are that have come through?
I believe it was different reports of what the coroner reported on. I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
As part of let me back up. And these were documents that were provided to you by defense counsel?
That's correct.
So when you say you reviewed the autopsy report, and other pertinent information, it was the defense that provided you that other pertinent information, is that correct?
The defense provided me everything, yes.
Did you review a report from Lieutenant Powell regarding requesting Walmart records?
That does not sound familiar, but I don't remember.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emily Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Paul Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Jana Penrose, a relative of Tammy Daybell?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with David Warwick?
I don't believe so. The name's not familiar.
And you said you reviewed some of the coroner reports. Would that be Brenda Dye? Does that name sound familiar?
It does sound familiar. Like I said, one was not signed. I didn't know who wrote it, but that name does sound familiar.
Did you review an interview that was conducted with Brenda Dye, a report of that?
I believe so, yes.
Did you review a report of an interview conducted with the deputy coroner, Cammy Wilmore?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you review a report that contained some records from a Lolly Time iCloud account?
No.
Did you review a report from Benjamin Dean, an analyst with the FBI?
No.
Did you review the Seasons medical records?
No.
Did you review the Teton medical records?
No.
And I think you indicated you did review some reports of the October 9th incident,
Yes.
and that would have been regarding an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you review a report of an interview with Matthew and Regan Price?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Haley Palmer?
No.
Did you review any reports of interviews with Angela Yancey?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to the relevance of how that would have an impact on the autopsy. She's going to go down a list of every report that any witness in this case
Prior,
discussed.
no speaking objections, please, but I'll sustain the objection at this point unless there's some specific relevance to the autopsy.
And if I may respond,
Go ahead.
I'm reading off a list that was reviewed by the Utah medical examiners in making their findings. I
Okay,
think it is relevant.
all right. If that's the foundation for that, I'll allow that to continue. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
No,
Did you review a report of an interview with Lisa Jensen?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Janet Davis?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Melissa Coles?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Mary Fran Jepson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Faye Harris?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with John Ox?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Margaret Brown?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Stephanie Peralta?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Angela Johansson?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Shanna Miller?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Barbara Blair?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Hannah Munoz?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Britt and Crystal Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Micaiah Baglin?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Cara and Sandra Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emma Moss?
No.
Did you review a statement given by Greg Stoddard?
I don't recall.
Did you review 4 to 5 reports regarding insurance surrounding Tammy Daybell life insurance?
No,
Did you review a report indicating Tammy never used any sick days?
no,
Did you review her Walmart prescription records?
no,
Did you review a report regarding Tammy's cell phone?
Super soft bras made for seniors by a 70-year-old woman.
Actually, I'll back up there. So as part of your review of the findings in the autopsy, you did not review the list that was just read off.
no,
Were those documents provided to you?
no,
Some of those that were indicated was the medical records. Did you specifically review the season's medical records associated with Tammy Daybell
as answered before, I did not.
and the Teton medical records?
Judge asked an answer.
Sustain.
Counsel asked you about reviewing or looking at medical records referencing shaking fits and seizure activity. Did you ever look at any medical records referencing shaking fits?
I don't recall the first question, and I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced shaking fits?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced seizure activity?
I did not.
Where did that information come from?
That information came from the coroner's report.
And the coroner's report was information obtained from Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where she got it from, but you'd have to ask her. I'm not sure where they got their medical information from.
And you talked about a possible cause of death being cardiac arrhythmia.
It's one possible cause when there's no anatomical findings, yes.
And you said generally with that, you would find a structural defect.
And commonly we do, yes.
In the review of the autopsy report, was there any structural defect with Tammy Daybell's heart?
Not that they found, no.
You were also asked about the bruising on Tammy Daybell, and I think you said you defined it as unspecified or unspecific bruising?
Non-specific. Dr. Christensen testified to that too. They're non-specific bruises.
And counsel proceeded to ask you about putting pressure on someone's chest. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you would expect it to be 2 people, at least if that was done?
No, it just takes significant weight to do that. And it's hard to sit on somebody to cause death. And the scientific literature that's out there says probably 450 pounds or more. Actually, it was closer to 600, but they went down to 450.
But you would agree that it could be more than one person involved if
Possibly.
that were to happen?
If you have more than one person on you, yes.
And what are the other ways that asphyxiation can be caused or occur?
Well, again, asphyxia is just the process of the body not getting oxygen. So many things. We said drowning already. You're underwater, you're not getting oxygen, choking, you have airway obstruction, suffocation. You can be in a position like a car. People have asphyxia where they're underneath a car and the car collapses on them. Where the pressure on the chest. Asphyxia could be from chemical asphyxia, such things like cyanide can cause an asphyxial death because it blocks the oxygen getting to the tissues. So the list can go on and on.
And one way to cause asphyxiation could be to place a pillow over someone's head?
You could suffocate them by putting an object or something in front of their face, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yes.
One way to suffocate someone could be to put a plastic bag over their head. Would that cause asphyxiation?
Yes.
As a forensic pathologist, would you agree that you approach an autopsy more like a doctor as you're looking for symptoms, causes?
Well, we are a doctor, so we do look for scientific evidence of a diagnosis. Again, we don't speculate on diagnoses. We say this is a gunshot wound because we have evidence of the gunshot wound. We have hemorrhage, we have a knife wound. So again, yes, we use scientific evidence to base our diagnoses off of like any doctor does.
And the difference being in an autopsy, your patient can't provide that information, correct?
That's correct.
So you would have to get it from collateral sources?
Pertinent to the cause of death, yes.
If I may have just a moment.
You may.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list, what we've talked about today, these are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you agree that that would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence
Yeah.
of that? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined?
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Raven. Is she going to remain under subpoena? Ms.?
She is not, Judge. She's excused, and thank you, Dr. Raven.
You're welcome.
Does the state have any subpoena served on her?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll let the witness step out. I think this would be the logical time to take the mid-morning recess as well. So once the witness has cleared the courtroom, we'll go ahead and have our break. Recess, thank you.
All right, please.
All right, let me make sure that, okay, not really any lag here, maybe a minute or so, because things didn't start off properly. I wanted to go over this video last night from Vinnie Politan on Madeline Soto and her mother, should the mother be facing charges. So let's listen to that for a bit, for a break. Let me see, make sure I've got the right tab. Oh, okay, this is not the one I thought it was.
On again, off again boyfriend. Huh?
Let's see, this was a 2-hour live stream. There was a more distilled version. Let me get the shorter version. Okay, here we go. As soon as we have a commercial, no commercial, okay.
Madeline Soto's 13th birthday party was on Sunday, February 25th. The party was at a relative's house and she was surrounded by family. But one person who wasn't there was her mother, Jen Soto. She was working. Madeline's mother and father were not together. In fact, her dad married another woman a couple of months after she was born. But there was a man living in her house, her mom's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. Stearns was at the birthday party, and at some point after the party and before she was supposed to be at school the next day, Madeline was murdered. Stearns was the last known person to be with her, and he is alleged to have hundreds of disturbing photos on his phone of Madeline being sexually abused. Stearns has been charged in 2 separate cases. The first for the sexual abuse of Madeline depicted on his phone, and the second for the murder of Madeline. New information has been released in the case, and we are going to analyze that evidence. We'll listen to key
I
parts of
can't tell you how disturbing I find the evidence against Stephen Stearns in this case. It's truly awful. And Florida has recently put a statute on the books making this kind of abuse a potential death penalty charge. And so technically he could face 2 counts of death penalty charges, one for the murder and one for the abuse. The mother, I don't know. That's probably not as likely to get her the death penalty, but let's listen. And strong stuff.
of Stearns' 43-minute police interview.
We got out the door maybe 7:30, 7:45-ish maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
And we'll look at the evidence connected to Madeline's mother, including statements from her indicating she allowed her daughter to sleep in the same bed with Stephen when she wasn't home and sometimes when she was home. Could she be charged? We'll answer that question as we continue our investigation into the tragic life and death of Madeline Soto.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us here tonight on Closing Arguments. And with all this new information coming out in the Madeline Soto investigation, one thing is clear. She wasn't protected. And that's the role, that's the job of a parent. That is your first job and most important job. Your child, your responsibility. You need to protect your child. That didn't happen here. The adults in her life were not protecting her. And it's really the opposite of protecting. It's really the opposite here. So a lot of people are asking a lot of questions about Madeline's mom, Jen Soto, beginning with, what did mom know? Like, what did she know about what was going on or allegedly going on here, based upon what investigators and prosecutors are telling us that they found? Did she know about the abuse? Did she have any idea? Did Madeline ever mention it to her? Did that ever come up in a conversation? Did she ever ask her daughter, what happens when you go into the room and go to bed with my boyfriend? Did she ask? Did she have any idea? Was she oblivious? Was her head in the sand? Or did she know something? And what about her disappearance and her death and her murder? What did she know? Because you go back and you look at some of those statements and you match it up to the timeline, not a lot of it's making sense. And we're going to go through that with some experts in Florida law about how all that works, because it's really, really problematic. And did you know about the lies, the seemingly proven lies that were told by Stephen Stearns about dropping Madeline off at school? Like, did she know that it was all made up? Did she have any idea? Like, how well did you know this guy? Off again, on again relationship for 7 years? Could you tell him? Or did you, it was a lie? It's a huge question. Huge question. And that leads us to the next question, which gets much more serious, right? What did mom do? Like, did she do anything here? Well, at a minimum, based upon her statements to investigators, she told her daughter to go in the other room and sleep with Stephen Stearns when she was home and when she wasn't home. At a minimum, she did that, which is a lot, which is a whole lot. But did she do anything else? Because it seems like it was also very normal in the house for all three of them to be together. And there are families that are like, you have a small child that gets scared or for whatever reason, they jump into bed with you. I get it. I get it. But, you know, in light of everything else we know now, the question is, what did mom do here, if anything? And also, did she ever ask any questions? Did she have any level of curiosity? And how much did she know about Stephen Stearns? Speaking of Stephen Stearns, what did he say? Like we saw the TV interviews and folks are like, whoa, there's something wrong with this man. But what counts the most is not what someone says to the media, but what they say to police when they're being interviewed. And remember, his interview is the result of a missing child case. But during the course of this missing child case investigation, other things come to light to investigators here, and they learn a whole lot more. And that's resulted in the charges against him for the sexual abuse of Madeline and for the murder of Madeline. So we have a lot of questions tonight. We're going to try to answer some of them. We're going to bring in some experts, and we're going to begin with Stephen Stearns, the defendant, the accused killer, because there's no charges against Jen Soto. She's not been charged, hasn't been named as a suspect, hasn't been eliminated. They say the investigation is continuing, but hasn't been named as a suspect, hasn't been charged with anything. Stephen Stearns has. So let's take a listen now to his story and what he told police.
So we woke up early. The plan was that we were going to get McDonald's breakfast on the way, so we made amazingly good time.
I don't mean to interrupt you, okay? Neither of us were here yesterday, so if you can be kind of like specific about like times and stuff like that, okay?
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30, 7:45-ish maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. We got to McDonald's. We're close to McDonald's. I said, "You still want it?" Wasn't interested in the McDonald's anymore, so we continued on. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school. She prefers her mom's car, but my cars are, I guess, kind of hoopties. I get it. It's an image thing. But that was sometime probably between 8:20 and 8:40-ish. Somewhere in there. It was along the stretch of the road that on the right side that has all the communities on it. Before you get to the overpass. You could see the overpass from where it was. So it was on that side on that stretch of road. And that's where I dropped her off. And she said she was going to go wait for her friends. She was going to go find them and hang out and wait for her friends. And I asked if that was going to be okay. She said, yeah, it's fine. Kids get dropped off early enough as it is. So it's not totally unusual for that to happen. It's just not usually that early that I drop her off. I do school runs every once in a while for her. I said, okay. Let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks, love you too. And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where she was to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. What I assumed was probably headphones or something like that. But I found out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. It looked like any other day. And I just continued on.
After you dropped her off, what did you do?
They had talked to her for a minute. I told her, make sure, is it all right that you're going early? Because it was still early. She said, yeah, it's fine. I'm going to hang out and wait for my friends to get there, which she does sometimes, so it didn't sound outrageous or anything. And that was it. I told her to have a good day. I loved her. She told me she loved me too. I turned around to leave, and I was watching her in my rearview mirror. And she looked like she was walking in the right direction. She was rummaging in her bag a little bit, like I said, but still sort of just shambling in the right direction while she was doing it. So it looked normal. It looked okay.
The part that gets me is the rummaging through the bag. The backpack was found in the dumpster back at their subdivision. Like, he's on video at 7:35 at the dumpster, by the way. So we know for sure that's a lie. So you get an idea of what a lie sounds like from this man. But let's bring in our experts. Special guest, clinical and forensic psychologist, researcher, expert on violent crime, and the author of The New Evil, Dr. Gary Brucato is back with us. Also joining us, human behavior expert, jury consultant, Susan Constantine. Great to see you both. Let me begin with you, Susan. As you listen to his voice, that the whole thing about rummaging through the backpack, we know that is him lying because of the backpack on video at the dumpster, and that's where the backpack is found. He was there at 7:35. So what do you think and what do you hear in his voice, in his story?
Well, I have to tell you, as you guys all know, that he flunked the test like miserably. So, when you're looking at the language, but his overall voice is over explaining. He feels like he's a victim. You can feel and hear this kind of victimization in in his vocal cords, and it's like he's overwhelmed. He's really tired. In fact, I think at some point he says, I had to take tranquilizers because I was just really overwhelmed. So it's really about him. He's a vulnerable narcissist. I've said this before, but overall, when I was looking at the statements, there's so much deception, Vinny. We need a whole show for just this, but I'd love to be able to break this down.
Okay. Dr. Gary Brucato, from your perspective, hearing him tell his story about what happened, and at this point, they have not found Madeline. They are searching for a missing girl.
Well, my impression is that it sounds like somebody making up a story as it goes along. And it's important to remember that this interview is February 27th, and Madeline goes missing on February 26th. So we're talking about somebody who theoretically could have killed or eliminated a person after a long period of filming sexual abuses and things like that. It's less than 24 hours later is here presenting in the way that's being described here with this kind of victimized tone and so forth. But there's also this quality of making a gallant effort to kind of try to sound like Father of the Year. You get this kind of father knows best quality to the story where she's saying, I love you, and he's watching in the rearview mirror, making sure she's okay. But what we have alongside that picture is the picture of somebody who is making this big loving story about the backpack. And the backpack has been like unceremonially dumped into a trash can. The kid that he's talking about, he may very well have killed less than 24 hours before. And you wind up with this bone-chilling comparison between that story and the grim reality of what might have really happened. And it's sickening.
Okay, let's listen to another piece of the interview. And here he's actually called out by the investigator who is interviewing him because he has some information that is the exact opposite of what Stearns is saying. Let's watch or listen.
You make a U-turn, you go back to the McDonald's. But you said that she still doesn't want the McDonald's.
Still doesn't want it. She was just going to eat the Danishes that I had given her.
So you're going up here now, still northbound on Joliet Parkway.
Mm-hmm.
You make a left at Town Center this time.
Town Center, then make a right onto, yes.
And then you drop her off around
dropped her off around halfway up the road there.
So keep in mind, all of this is still northbound.
Okay.
Right? You're still northbound on Joliet Parkway.
Yeah.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? I'll show you what location it is. McDonald's is over here.
Mm-hmm.
At 8:10, your car is seen going southbound at this intersection. So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
Mm-hmm. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was a wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times.
Autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to unword a cause of death. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list we've talked about today. These are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you agree that that would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence?
Yeah.
Of that? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined?
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open.
I didn't catch it, but
All right, that'll conclude the testimony.
it's really hard to zero in on the time because as the video live stream progresses, the timestamp is constantly changing. So if you get a a short done on that, Jess, post the link and we'll take a closer look at that. Because I just can't get any more precise, I'm afraid. But I'm definitely intrigued. Okay, let me get this back to you. It's where it should be, and let's go back to listen this discussion on Jen Soto.
Kind of waiting what the police officer's saying, and he's trying to then blank. That's what a lot of them do. What do you know? And then I've got to try to figure out, maneuver around all those facts that you have. And then he's coming up with his excuses like, oh my goodness, I forgot to have my V8. You know, I need to go back and go and get my my clicker. But when you look at his language, I mean, this is what's really astounding. If you just look over the whole big picture, one of the things I want you to pay attention to is every single time he gives you a timeline. When he mentions a time, we find that in statements, when they make them, there's somewhere in there that number they pull out at the top of their head was generally something to do with the murder or the crime or something to do with it. He used so many contractures and missing pronouns when he didn't put himself into the story. He'll say woke up, or doesn't put I woke up, or she's rustling through her backpack. She may have done that another time, but he is like playing that as if it was happening in that present tense, but it may have happened before. So you have to see how this liar lies. And when you look at the totality of everything that he had spoken about, I mean, he is using the word after a lot, which is like passing of time. He uses justifications and minimizing his actions. He over-explains. I mean, he said the word so 26 times, Vinny, and then the word but. And but is what we call beholding the truth. Anything that is happening before that, you can even erase it. And then anything that comes after it, you should be very skeptical. And that's when he's talking about these facts. All these specific events, look through the statement. It is astounding, truly. I mean, there's 11 pages of it. I've made all these notes on here. It is outstanding. So anyway, overall, we know he's a liar. He's making this stuff up and he's getting caught. You could see listen to his voice pitch, and he actually agrees with him. He goes, okay. It's because he knows. So then he's got to quickly conjure up something like, and come up with another story. But there's a long pause because he's listening to what the officer is saying. In the meantime, he is already constructing his next story.
It's unreal. As you described, not putting the pronouns in. Same exact thing happened in another case recovering. Maya Miliete, her husband, and Larry, when he was telling his story to a reporter. He did the same exact thing. And this is the moment, Dr. Gary Brucato, where he has to give up his phone. And we know what's on the phone. He knows what's on the phone. The officers are about to find out, but let's take a listen to how that goes.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you gonna need my phone?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my supervisor to call me.
My dad. No, it's just my dad's using that to get a hold of me and get updates.
They can call Jen's phone.
Okay.
Did the other detective give you his business card?
I believe so.
Okay, well, here's mine in case you want it for any reason.
Okay.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Do you swear that everything you told us is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
All right, Dr. Gary Brucato. We also have to remember that the phone, when he handed it over, he said, oh yeah, I accidentally did a factory reset on it yesterday.
Well, it fascinates me because with some of these types of people, one of the signs of lacking empathy is that you can't feel that other people could tell that your story is ridiculous, that you actually think they're believing you and that you're controlling them. And it's quite interesting. You imagine that stories like this might have worked on children, but they certainly don't work very well when trying to deceive an adult. And I think the fact that it was the phone that he seemed to get a little extra freaked about has to do with the fact that the phone figured so powerfully into his fantasy life. It is obviously the place where he kept all kinds of images of God knows what involving this child. But it wasn't only the idea of the culpability, if those things were I've communicated, discuss that kind of thing, resenting the idea that that fantasy is no longer within their control and that someone else is going to see it. And I'll say finally that a book title, Waiting to Happen, is the line that he says in the interview where he says, I'm not a morning person. And if you change the spelling of morning to M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G, I think you have the truth of the story here.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at equalizers and his panic attacks.
I don't recall. You have to ask her if we went anywhere. I don't recall. I was zonked out on Ativan at that point. Okay. Because I was a wreck. I don't.
And this would have been when?
Okay, I've managed to pull up the clip from Jess here. So let's see if I can find the right tab now. Oh dear. Okay, here we go.
Dad ever talked to you about death percentages? Yes. Did your dad ever talk to you about people being close to death? Yes.
Oh, I've got the wrong one, I think. Just a sec. Okay. I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, here we go.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who were not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't.
Okay, let's go back and see if we can make out the it's hard to see the prosecution because they're so small, but let's take a look.
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who were not present at the murder?
I see one of them looking up, but not as earth-shattering. I hope that the jury caught that because that's that's a good catch. Okay, let's go back over. First, let's make sure that our stream of the trial isn't lagging so that we don't miss anything. Okay, let's go back over to Vinny and this terrible case on poor Madeline.
Well, let's go anywhere last night, but honestly, at that point, my brain was mush, and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. It's just.
You said Ativan?
Yeah.
Do you usually take that? Or?
Yeah, I have a prescription. I haven't needed it in a long time, though. But
what's that for?
Anxiety.
Okay.
I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and it was the only way I could get to sleep last night.
And who's the next witness you'll be calling, Mr. Pryor?
Regan Price.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please.
Here's our pressure counter for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense continues its case in chief. Mr. Pryor, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Regan Price.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Your chin picks up the best. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before we inquire, we did have a quick sidebar this morning on an inquiry on the exclusionary order. That does not relate to this witness, correct? The sidebar?
No.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Pryor. So in this case, then, the witness is sworn, Ms. Price. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with your testimony. This trial has been publicly streamed online as well as reported in the news and open to the public here while it's taken place. Have you watched any of the testimony of any witness that's testified here in this trial?
No.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else who has testified or talked to anyone about your testimony?
No.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to start with your direct, you may.
And Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 76 that I'm going to move for admission. It represents approximately a 2-minute interview with Ms. Price. My understanding is that the state, Ms. Beatty, is going to stipulate to its admission.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 76 then will be admitted.
Judge, if I may have 76 returned to me after it's marked and entered.
Okay, we'll have the clerks mark the exhibit and have that returned.
And while we're waiting, Judge, if I can start if you'd like, if I may.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and start with your direct, you may, and we'll just have the bailiff, now that he's got that, provide that to you, and then we can go.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Price.
Good morning.
And would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, it's Regan Price, and it's ReegenPrice.
And Ms. Price, at some point in 2018, 2019, you were a neighbor of Mr. Daybell and Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in relation,
I'm sorry, could I get you to kind of talk right close to that microphone? It only picks it up if you're right next to it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
and you noted that that was correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, did you live south of them off of 200? Is that fair?
Yes,
And across the street on the Salem Highway would have been Joe and Emma Murray.
yes,
So then Joe and Emma would have been kitty corner to Chad. Is that correct?
yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to September 9th of 2019. It's noted that you, at some point during that time, there are some reports that you heard some sort of a gunshot on that day. Do you recall that?
I do remember hearing gunshots on a certain day. I'm not for certain which date that is.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm,
Okay. And when you say gunshots, was it gunshots or gunshot?
to my knowledge, I remember there was maybe one, but
Okay. Okay. And to your recollection, you believe that it may or may not have been on September 9th?
I don't have a date.
Did you have an occasion to contact law enforcement and talk to them about that?
On a day that we did contact law enforcement, there was a couple things that we had discussed that was unusual, but it wasn't on that specific day with the shooting.
Okay. And at some point you've you've discussed this case with law enforcement on a couple of occasions. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those would have been on or around June 9th of 2020.
I don't know the date, but
And then again, you had one on potentially on May 5th of 20. Do you recall that as well? A longer discussion?
mhm,
Okay. And Judge, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 76, if I could.
You may.
I might need some assistance. Trying to, and then the volume, if you could. We're going to get everybody to help.
And gotten across, you know, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all being, you're all over the news right now. Fox
You know
News.
what? I
CNN,
was
and-
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has been in
Oh.
so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here. So
Probably like this, not cartoon.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build back.
Judge, could we have just a moment?
Yes.
Let's get out of that first.
And to just clarify, was that part of Exhibit 76 that was being published there?
I believe so, Judge, yes.
Thank you.
Am I ready? Let's try again, Judge. You may want to stick around.
Found something.
yeah, it's good. Everything's good right now. Everything's a good
I
thing.
didn't know
It's all
everything
good,
will
yeah.
come out eventually,
Yeah.
you know, just makes the
Yeah.
curiosity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do I do? Well, it was just playing, right?
Yeah, but are you able to tell the timestamps for me?
I can't really tell the timestamps, but I want to play the entire 2 minutes. So it doesn't matter. I think we're ready, Judge.
All right, give me just a moment here. Let me consult with.
And you're,
Want to have another person maybe take a look at that, Mr. Pryor, to see if any
we're gonna
additional
ask,
assistance
probably.
on that device.
Neighbors up
You
here.
heard a gunshot then?
Yeah, and it was like, and they said it was a raccoon. And it was about that same time, we had set the timeline to Ron, because we checked our phone, and it was like was the Rob Lynch, is that the prosecuting?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We had talked to them and we had looked it up on our phone records to try to put it together, you
Yeah.
know? But like our neighbors up here, like they will go shoot birds and stuff in the mornings. And so we'll hear that sometimes, but it was close. And like our bedroom window's right here, and we sleep with the window open most of the time because
Did you see anybody out there?
no. But we just heard it. So that's what we were thinking. We're like, it was an afternoon because he would have been at work. And it would have been morning. so-
Morning. Huh.
Anyways, we'll just keep
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, no. All and even details that you're like, that's probably nothing. We take them right at
That's
this
what we
point.
decided after we told him because we're like, we sat on it for a while and then we're like, well, maybe it will help, so.
Yeah, yeah,
Just our timeline experience with them.
Yeah.
Because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all you're all over the news right now. Fox
You know
News,
what? I
CNN,
was actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has been in so long.
don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here. So
Probably like this, not cartoon.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build it out here. And we went out there to scope out where we were gonna put it, and I'm like, do you hear that?
Judge, I can stop at this point.
like just that much further away from it, and you don't hear it. Cool. Good.
At least I think I can. All right. So, Ms. Price, you've heard the audio tape, and I believe that goes back to June 9th of 2020. You recall that now?
If that's the date, but yes, I remember that conversation that I had.
Okay. And then you made some comment that you heard a shot and there was some discussion about raccoons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a further discussion about you, and it's unclear who you provided a timeline to, but you provided a timeline to somebody. Do you recall?
So my husband and I both discussed just some strange events that happened with the Daybells over the last year.
Okay.
And it was my husband and I creating a timeline together because like I've stated, I don't have any dates,
Okay.
but there was enough going on that we were trying to figure out where everything was so that by the time we did talk to a detective or a police officer, it was informational and resourceful and beneficial to
And
them.
do you recall in a later interview where there was a discussion about you and your husband, and your husband made some mention about that he'd be a really good detective? Do you remember that discussion?
I remember that in the audio, but
Okay.
that was my husband, not me.
Okay. And do you remember the discussion that you would work through Joe Murray to try to get some information about locating the kids,
I do. I remember that.
and that you'd be willing to wear a wire?
I do. I remember that. There was children missing and I was willing to do whatever it took to find these children.
Right. And then in addition, there was some talk about the fact that your husband in the past had plowed up, done some cultivation for Joe's garden or something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. He did it for a lot of the neighbors around the
Right.
neighborhood.
And Officer K had offered to,
Objection, hearsay.
was there a discussion about using,
Hold on, there's a pending objection. It's sustained.
was there a discussion about using police funds to help pay $50?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you engage in any discussion regarding accepting payment from the police to doing certain?
Objection, hearsay misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Did you do any kind of a discussion with the police for some sort of payment to work with the police and regarding the Daybell case?
I think in reference to that conversation that you're talking about, Officer K just comically said that, and it was more of a personal, it wasn't as an officer using officer funds.
And you took that as a joke, is that right?
I did.
All right, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, cross-examination once you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Price. Do you prefer that I call you Ms. Price or that I call you Regan?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. I'll go with Ms. Price. So you testified that at some point you heard a gunshot, correct?
I did, yes.
And that was in the early morning? Was that your testimony?
I believe it was.
Do you remember what day that took place? I believe it was your testimony that you didn't remember the specific day.
Yes, I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the time frame?
I don't. Just looking back at the audio, being refreshed with that, but as far as it's been 4 years, to my knowledge, it was just based off of that. It was morning, afternoon time, but not a specific time.
Could it have been at some point before September 9th?
Definitely.
Could it have been at some point after September 9th?
I don't recall it was after September 9th.
Okay. And out in the country, is it uncommon for people to have guns?
No, it's very common for people to have guns.
Okay. Now, you briefly testified about your discussion with Officer K. Would that be Detective Kaya Kamanu?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you joked around with him?
Very briefly.
Did you ever accept payment from law enforcement?
Never.
Okay. And if I may have just one moment.
You may.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Oh, hold on, we've got
Sorry.
redirect possibly.
Sorry.
You may.
Ms. Price, you don't have a direct recollection of when you heard that gunshot, correct?
I don't.
But did you recall hearing on the audio tape that there was a combination of a gunshot, a raccoon, and the name Chad Daybell? How often does those three happen on a particular day?
Objection misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. I don't know if she's appearing under subpoena. If so, I'd like to inquire whether or not she can be released from the subpoena.
And Your Honor, I believe the state did have her under subpoena. We would release her from our subpoena at this point.
And Judge, the defense has her under subpoena, and we're releasing her as well.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Then you can go ahead and leave.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar?
Yes. All right, counsel, I've had a sidebar in terms of scheduling. The defense has two more witnesses that are scheduled to appear today. One hasn't quite arrived because I guess we went a little quicker through the morning than anticipated. The other will be here shortly after the lunch break. So at this time, there are some matters the court can take up to use this time on a few motions and things that would be outside the presence of the jurors as well. We're going to go ahead and take another recess at this point, and then once the witness shows up for before lunch, we'll call that witness. We'll take up a few other hearings, and then we'll call the next witness directly after lunch. So we'll take another break at this time.
All right, please.
Things aren't going very well for Pryor. His witnesses aren't saying what he wants them to, and his witnesses aren't here, and how do you defend the indefensible? Okay, let's go back to Vinnie Politan.
Thank you. Yeah, please be seated.
Maybe not. I guess it's a recess for the jury, but not for us.
All right, counsel, there's a few things that we can do outside the presence of the jurors, but the matter of exhibits is something I think we're going to need more time from the court side to prepare. And at some point before these jurors receive exhibits for deliberations, the court intends to have a conference regarding exhibits to make sure they've all been properly identified and marked before they are submitted for those deliberations. But that is going to take some time with the clerks as well as the court to work through the list and address the ones we have questions on. So I'm not sure we will be doing that today. There was another matter that Mr. Wixom brought up, I think, that we could potentially just clarify on the record before we take a recess here. Mr. Wixom,
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, may I remain seated?
you may.
Thank you. Judge, I just wanted to call to the court's and the defense's attention under my duty of candor to the court, some information that came in through a witness a few weeks ago that we subsequently found at least is inaccurate. We don't have any reason to believe it was intentional at all. But the court and counsel might recall that we called Heather Daybell as a witness, and in doing so asked a few questions specific to whether or not she had provided any information to Officer David Hope. David Hope was her daughter's father-in-law, and she had answered no. In fairness, and looking back at the record, I think in fairness, she probably perceived that question as having done so on a personal basis. After her testimony a day or two later in preparation for a different witness, I had reviewed another police report. In this case, there are many, but had for the first time found her name referenced in an entirely different report with David Hope. It did not appear that she gave any information in that, but she was in an interview with that officer. We immediately, once we realized this, disclosed that to the defense so they could be aware of it. If there's they felt any need to call that to the jury's attention and the court's attention. I at least up until this point, I don't believe they've felt that need. I think it's probably fairly inconsequential, other than after the testimony, we became aware that it was inaccurate testimony. Again, not disparaging Ms. Daybell. I don't think she at all intended to give incorrect testimony. I think it's been 5 years since this case began, and I think it was probably just an oversight on her part, if not confusion from the line of questioning. So again, out of candor, we just wanted to note that for the record, make sure the court knew about it, and make sure that the defense knew, and I think they've known for a few weeks now. So just wanted to call that to the court's attention.
All right, so the state's made a proffer regarding a perceived inaccuracy or actual inaccuracy in testimony. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to respond in any way on that?
Just very briefly, Judge, Mr. Wixom actually, right after Ms. Daybell's testimony, provided me another one of his very late communications to me that day. And this is a non-issue. There is no issue here whatsoever. There is nothing that I would even suggest is some inaccurate disclosure. I absolutely agree with Mr. Wixom's assessment that this was not something that is inconsistent with what Heather Daybell said to this tribunal or even to the jury. So in my opinion, there's absolutely no issue here.
Okay, well, what the court could potentially do to cure that would be to require Ms. Daybell, if she were subpoenaed either by the parties or under the court's own initiative, to return for further testimony. And based on your comments, Mr. Additional testimony based on that disclosure, is that correct?
Judge, there is absolutely no reason to bring Ms. Daybell back for any further indication on this thing. Again, I want to make it very clear for the record that this is inconsequential and there is absolutely no issue here whatsoever.
Okay.
And I appreciate Mr. Wixom being so forthright and candor, even if it was in the middle of the night when he let me know.
All right, so we'll go ahead and consider the matter resolved on the record then and notified duly to the defense on that issue. At this time then, if counsel wants to remain available, there may be another matter I think we might be able to take up in regards to jury sequestration on issues I may want to discuss with you today. To use some of this time, if we have a lapse in time also, that would likely be done outside of the public presence, as it would discuss matters related to the jurors. So we'll go ahead and remain on this break. Once your witnesses arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. All right.
I'm confused. Is that a lunch recess or is that just a recess until the witness gets there before lunch? Because he said before lunch once and after lunch again. So maybe we'll take a rewind that a bit.
And based on your comments, Mr. Pryor, I would understand you would waive or forego the right for additional testimony based on that disclosure. Is that correct?
Judge, there is absolutely no reason to bring Ms. Daybell back for any further indication on this thing. Again, I want to make it very clear for the record that this is inconsequential and there is absolutely no issue here whatsoever.
Okay.
And I appreciate Mr. Wixom being so forthright and candor, even if it was in the middle of the night when he let me know.
All right, so we'll go ahead and consider the matter resolved on the record then and notified duly to the defense on that issue. At this time then, if counsel wants to remain available, there may be another matter I think we might be able to take up in regards to jury sequestration on issues I may want to discuss with you today, to use some of this time. If we have a lapse in time also, that would likely be done outside of the public presence, as it would discuss matters related to the jurors. So we'll go ahead and remain on this break. Once your witnesses arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. All right.
DSW has the perfect shoes for all your summer plans, like eye-catching colors for nights out and
aside from the fact that that witness said that she heard a shot fired, it brought absolutely nothing to the table. And if Chad was going to say, I buried a raccoon in the pet cemetery, don't you think he's capable of firing a shot just so that it corroborates the story in case Tammy says anything to the neighbor or something? So anyway, wasn't very impressed at all with that. So oops. Just trying to get back to where I was before the crash. Whenever it reboots, it always brings up all of these stupid things on the taskbar that I can't seem to get rid of. Oh, it becomes a bit cluttered. Okay, back to Twitter. Hidden True Crime picked up on Jess's comment. Says a hidden. Oops. Again, this is bringing up things and disrupting because of things opening up after the reboot. Describing Tammy Daybell's death and autopsy, Chad Daybell attorney John Pryor states, is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of other people who were not present at the murder? And so you are not alone, Jess. Okay. Hot Sour Pickles asks, the next witness is a blonde neighbor lady. Has Chad ever told her he was married to her in a past life? Ashley on Twitter says, oh, FFS, play the jail calls between Chad and his children. Emma talked to him every single day. IG Murdaugh is the only defendant whose jail calls released pre-trial. I need to hear those crazy calls ASAP. I'd like to hear them too. Hmm. Hot and sour pickles says, I can't believe there are people praising Pryor. I'm not an expert, but he sounds clumsy. I'm guessing that most people on the jury aren't experts either. So what must they be thinking? Nick Mick says, reviewing a range of documents isn't confirmation bias, but only reviewing one selected by the guy who is paying you for your testimony very well might be. Excellent observation. And the morning feed says Chad Daybell's children testified about raising money for Operation Underground Railroad, an organization connected to Tim Ballard before he had to step down due to being accused of sex crimes. Yet they had no interest in finding stepmom's missing children. After all, they were. Oops. They were busy planning an event and Googling wind direction. Good. I love a little snark in the morning. Oops. Something is not muted. Okay, is there anything else here? Cross-stitching Mama commented on Pretty Lies and Alibis observation about John Pryor just slipped on redirect saying the expert witness not looking at statements of people not present at the murder is confirmation bias. And she says, OM gosh, I hope the jury caught that. I think it would be hard not to. Let's see. Yeah, that seems to be the jaw-dropping moment. Hot and Sour Pickles says this witness did not want to mention smothering as a cause for asphyxia. She listed off everything but smothering. Paid witnesses can be such a joke sometimes. And then she goes on to say, drowning, she died in bed. I didn't catch the expert saying anything about drowning. Okay, Nate Eaton says, Blake asked where the information came from. Raven says, that information from the coroner's report. Blake says, that information came from Chad Daybell, correct? Raven says, you would have to ask her. Julie Coulter-Bellin says, Tammy had bruises on her right arm, one on her chest, a couple on her left arm. If she was on the left side of the bed, Chad would have been on the right holding her arm while Alex put his elbow arm across her chest to keep her down while she was suffocated. Maybe. I think the bruises could be due to being sat upon. Bleed Blue BSU Bills Mafia says Chad Daybell has a smirk on his face as his son-in-law says he would never pick law enforcement as his profession. Chad has trained his clan to follow him well. Tracy says, I have epilepsy. Her definition of types of seizures was pathetic. She used 0 correct medical terms to describe the different types of seizure. I agree. Headless Gal says, independent contractor equals diagnosis for hire. Also true. Although I respect her because she didn't really give the defense anything other than saying I would have ruled it inconclusive. She didn't really bring anything to the table. We knew would say as much. Let's see if we had anything more recent. Will Weaver says, prior, Your Honor, I move for a bad court thingy. And he's also doing retweeting the hidden true crime on the confirmation bias and people who were not present at the murder. So that was a good one. A bad court thingy. Okay. Nate Eaton says, news thread, back in court, I wanted to point out many of you caught, and says, Pryor asked Raven, notice he used the word murder Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of those reports, document statements of people who were not present at the murder? A little bit of snark from Nate Eaton. Okay, let's. Julie Rowe would be great. She tried to enter the courtroom last week and was barred, and Nate Eaton said it was because she was on the witness list, and since she wasn't a prosecution witness, that leaves the defense. And I would just love for cross-examination, have Lindsay Blake get up there and ask her about the that news article that I read yesterday about Chad sexually assaulting her. I think that would be a brilliant thing to ask about on cross. So, okay, great, Jess. I think that is a brilliant thing. Oh, yes, it would be a total disaster, and I'm sure that the prosecuting is just chomping at the bit, hoping for an opening on that. Show her TikToks. I don't do TikTok, but I hear she's crazy as a loon, and from what I've heard, probably so. Okay, let's go back and see about more on the Jen Soto, and should she be charged in the murder of Madeline?
Anxiety. I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and it was the only way I could get to sleep last night. And then again this afternoon, so that's why I missed your calls. I'm sorry. So took an Ativan and conked out for a few hours. It's the only time when I'm not crying.
Guys, Susan, we have about 30 seconds here.
Okay, first of all, I want to mention one thing. I'm going to back up a little bit. Anytime somebody puts the word phone in their statement, it's generally associated with a crime scene. So we've seen that 4 times. Now, we're listening to his Ativan deal. This is for him to kind of detach, and he's trying to conjure a story up because he's not going to be available. So that's what he's really telling you. All this other stuff is just smoke and mirrors. He's not available. He's having a hard time sleeping. When a parent loses their child, they're not sleeping or trying to sleep. They're out there looking for their kid. So I got to tell you, this I'm so mad I wanted to throw the pen at the TV set.
Well, Susan Constantine, Dr. Gary Brucato, your insight is amazing. Appreciate your valuable time, and we'll see you again really, really soon. Thank you. All right, folks, when we come back, we're going to talk about mom, Jen Soto. Will she be charged? What could she be charged with? And what do investigators need to know about her? Plus, coming up next hour.
Chad Daybell has been accused of horrible things, and they are all connected to his marriage to convicted murderer Lori Daybell. Chad and Lori were leading a doomsday cult of preppers, preparing for the end times. They allegedly decided who was light, who was dark, who was a zombie, and who needed to die. In the end, Lori's husband Charles was shot and killed. Lori's children were murdered and buried in Chad's backyard, and Chad's wife of 28 years, Tammy, also died. Now, Chad stands accused of triple murder and is facing the death penalty. Today, his children took the stand on behalf of their father, accused of murdering their mother.
Is there any instant that you could SoTikTok.com?
She was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
None of that is true, by the way. None of it. That's Madeline's mom, Jen Soto, speaking to WFTV down in Orlando. None of that is true. Like, it's all false. Now, was it based upon what Stephen Stearns was telling her? Did they together come up with the story? I don't know. Well, this story is completely devoid of any truth. Now, that's what she told the media. Let's get into what she is telling investigators, because I think that's a little bit more important, right? No attack of we in the media, but what you tell investigators carries a little more weight. So Jen Soto completed a sworn written statement to the Orange County deputies to the following. Jen Soto stated on 2/26/24 at approximately 0800 hours, she saw Madeline getting ready for school. 8 o'clock in the morning, she saw her daughter getting ready for school. 8 a.m. approximately, okay? Now, let's go through some of the other pieces of the timeline that investigators have in this case. Stearns is spotted at 8:10. A license plate reader captured Stephen's vehicle with Florida tag, driving away from the school at 8:10. The school is like 20 minutes away. It's about 20 minutes away or so. And he's driving away from the school back towards Kissimmee, where they live, at 8:10. Again, she said she saw Madeline getting ready for school at 8. What else do we know? The sheriff, the Orange County sheriff, spoke about a couple other pieces of the timeline. Take a listen.
We have video evidence that shows Stephen Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26. Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster. At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephen Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe she was already dead at that time.
Okay, and that jives with the 8:10, right? 8:10, you're driving back towards Kissimmee. 8:19, you get back to the complex, and Madeline Soto's in the car. So she had to be in the car when they left. So let's go back. Again, she's saying 8 o'clock in the morning, she saw her getting ready for school. 7:35, he was already tossing out her laptop and backpack at the dumpster, which is near the back exit of the complex, by the way. Okay, let me bring in my guests, special guest joining us in Orlando, Florida, America's judge, retired judge of the 9th Judicial Circuit, the Honorable Belvin Perry, and also joining us, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, Dave Arenberg, who, Judge, he's a Harvard guy, okay? Harvard smarty. So we got a lot of brains here tonight between these two. Unbelievable. All right, I'll begin with you, Judge. Judge has to go first, Dave, sorry. That statement that she provided, seeing her getting ready for school at approximately 8 o'clock, is that a problem for her in terms of potential charges or liability? If not, what else do investigators need to try to demonstrate that she is perhaps involved in a cover-up, perhaps involved in disposing of her daughter's body?
Vinny, unfortunately for her, as a friend of mine would say, the math is not mathing with that timeline. She's in deep trouble. She has verifiable lies that does not jive with the timeline. As they uncover more, she could be facing a multitude of charges in this particular case.
Let me ask you, Dave Arenberg, what do you see as potential avenues for prosecuting Jen Soto? What would you need? What sort of evidence? And nothing related to the sex crimes. I want to deal with those separately. So just with the murder, the cover-up, the disposing of the remains.
Well, it's good to be with you, Vinny, and with the judge. I think the judge is right about the lying. You could possibly charge her with lying to law enforcement. But the real crime that I think she could be charged with, based on what we know now, is potential child neglect charges. Now, child abuse under Florida law under Section 827.03 includes child neglect, and neglect can be a second-degree felony punishable about to 15 years in prison if a caregiver fails to provide a child with the necessary care, supervision, or services to maintain that child's physical and mental health. And if that neglect causes great bodily harm, which clearly occurred here, then it does rise to a secondary felony. That's the crime that she could be charged with, depending on the facts. Now, she may say that she has no intent to commit such a crime. But remember, we're not talking about intentional child abuse. We're talking about child neglect. And by its own terms, neglect doesn't mean intent. It just means that you're neglectful. And I think when you encourage your daughter to go sleep in a bed with your boyfriend in another room when you're not even there, then I think that meets the standards for child neglect.
All right, let's get to that. Let's take a look at that, because this, again, is part of the statement that was made by Jen Soto. She stated while they were together, they would either all sleep in the same bed or Madeline would sleep with her when Stefan wasn't there. When asked if it was normal that Stefan and Madeline sleep together without her being there, she said yes. Jen Soto stated if she needed a good night's sleep due to her anxiety, she would ask them to sleep in a different bedroom. So, Judge, what would be necessary? How could you prove that she had any idea what was happening to her daughter? Would you need that to connect her to any of the to connect Jen Soto to any of the sex crimes? I think that's the biggest question people have. Can she be connected to what Stefan Stearns was doing? Or do you need something more here than just allowing it to happen or sending them into the other room?
The problem that the state is going to have is connecting her with the sex crimes. Currently now, based upon what has been given to the public, and that's out in the public domain, we can't say what actually occurred besides her sleeping in the same bed. Logically, one could conclude that, but that's not enough proof at this time. I suspect that's the reason why this case is still being investigated and that they're taking a very close look at the mother. That's just not normal for that young lady to sleep with this guy, particularly when you look at the breaks between the dates of the sexual assaults. You have a break, then you have the assaults renewed. There's a lot going on that we don't know, and she holds the answers to those questions.
She does, and then the question is she no longer speaking? Where is she? What is she saying at this point? Okay, so the bottom line here, what I'm hearing from both of you is that false statements to the police, potentially child neglect, potentially. When we come back, let's talk about proving the case for the sexual abuse against Stefan Stearns.
She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy. I loved her like she was my own.
Madeline Soto was not happy. She's telling her friends at age 13 she wanted to go live out in the woods, away from this monster and away from her mother. A lot of charges. He's been charged with her murder, but the first case, the first trial will be the sex abuse case. Those charges: sexual battery on a child under 12, 8 counts; sexual battery child 12 to 18, 5 counts; lewd or lascivious molestation, 7 counts; unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images, 40 counts of that. You take a look at the sex abuse, and I mean, it just goes on and on. Look at these dates. All these years, you've got one going all the way back to when she was about 8 years old. It is just unconscionable. Now, what I want you to take a look at now, his Google Drive is found, right? Several images and videos were located, which depicted an apparent child with her breasts, her private parts, front and back, as the focal point of the pictures and videos, all right? Kind of zooming in on these parts. There were also pictures and videos depicting an apparent child's bottom, front, and mouth being penetrated by a man's sexual organ. The child was later identified as Madeline Soto. One folder that appeared dedicated to Madeline contained over 1,700 files. A majority of these photographs and videos showed Madeline in different sexual positions. While reviewing, and also what they had to do was match up the clothing. They observed several different pieces of clothing to include patterned underwear, shirts, blankets, and sheets. The detectives searching the residence were contacted and confirmed they found the same distinctive clothing worn by both Stefan and the victim in Stefan's room and the victim's room. And there's another way to identify, because some of these pictures, you're not seeing faces, right? They're zoomed in. You're not seeing faces. But the male organ observed penetrating the victim had a distinct marking on it, which consisted of a bright pinkish colored skin below the top until approximately a quarter of the length down the male organ. And the Orange County detectives had previously shown Jen Soto photographs, and she had identified them for identification purposes. But then when she was shown the photos of her daughter being abused, she said, I don't recognize any of this. They also made a request for DNA, material, a buccal swab from Stearns, blood, saliva, cells to be collected from the photographs and swabs of his private regions and clothing worn by him. So here's some of the evidence. Let's bring back our guest, Honorable Belvin Perry, Dave Arenberg. Dave, unfortunately, in the sex abuse case, the victim is no longer alive, cannot testify, won't be there. Will this be enough to prove it, even if the pictures are zoomed in and you're not seeing faces?
Oh yeah. I mean, they've got a lot there. I mean, in some of these cases, you don't have this kind of evidence. I mean, you have his own phone, his own drive. You have the acts occurring at the home where he lives, and you can identify the home pretty clearly. And so I think they've got him on these charges. And, you know, the hope is, I think, for prosecutors is that they could get the mother to flip and to testify against her boyfriend. Maybe that's why they haven't charged her with a crime yet. And I do realize that they don't have the mother dead to rights on the charges, but they still have enough. If they wanted to charge her, it's not overwhelming, but I think they're still trying to convince her to testify. But she may not know anything. She may just be head in the sand, totally in the dark, totally clueless, which goes to the neglect that we were discussing earlier.
All right, Judge, a lot of people, including myself, have questions about how this trial would work. We're talking about really explicit child pornography. If he takes this to trial, does the jury see the photos? How does that work inside of a courtroom? Does the defendant get another look at this stuff that he created?
First of all, the jury will see the photographs. More than likely, the judge will close the courtroom so that spectators would not be allowed to see those type of photographs. I suspect that the judge will only permit his attorneys under in-camera inspection to view those particular photographs. The problem that this man has is in taking these photographs for his pleasure, they are now turned into his nightmare, which he richly deserves.
Dave Arenberg, there's also been a lot of discussion about the law down in Florida, the death penalty applying to sex crimes. What's the state of the law right now? And would this case qualify?
It would, Vinny, and the law is new, and we're not certain, though, if it will survive court scrutiny. Does it violate the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. Remember, the law says that if you commit sex bat on a child, you're eligible for the death penalty, even if there's no death. So that's where it could get overturned on appeal. But right now, it is the law of Florida. And not only is that a new law, but we also have a new law in Florida that says you don't even need a unanimous jury when it comes to the penalty phase to give someone the death penalty. You just need 8 out of 12 jurors. So I can tell you one thing for sure in this, Vinny, jurors will hate this guy. They will want to give him as tough a penalty as possible. We'll see, though, if he gets that kind of penalty and if it survives on appeal.
Judge, your thoughts on the death penalty and how it will apply potentially to this man?
I agree with State Attorney Ehrenberg. While this is the law, the Supreme Court many years ago of the United States outlawed the death penalty as cruel and unusual punishment for the crime of sexual battery on a child, which used to be the law in Florida a long time ago. Unfortunately, this guy will face the death penalty, hopefully on the murder charge.
The Honorable Belvin Perry, State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg, great to have you here. You guys know this stuff so well, and I'm glad we had your expertise tonight. Thanks so much, guys.
With the Chad Daybell trial in full swing, I know it's affecting a lot of people in a lot of different ways who are on the fringes of all this, and Julie Rowe is no different. Clearly, she's been affected. She's put out some strange messages, which I'll show you. And I think really just keep her in your prayers that she can keep her mental fortitude as she faces possibly testifying. So I guess she tried to get in the courtroom the other day, but she was on the witness list. So I don't know if she is testifying or for which side, but here is Julie Rowe.
Just thought I should clear my throat, let you know I've already testified. Fuckers. That's right, Julie Jackson and Eric and Chad. I'm coming for you. And don't you forget it. I'm the apex predator! Crazy as fuck! My name's Julie Rowe. Actually, it's Julie Barnett. I'd like to thank my enemies and frenemies, true friends and family, for breaking my fucking heart and crushing me to pieces. I hope you meet your maker and spend a day in hell. Getting divorced for the second time. Lucky day, fellas. I can fuck whoever I want because my husband doesn't believe there's going to be an earthquake, doesn't believe in me or my gifts, and now I don't believe in myself either until I see the fucking evidence. So call down the demons, you fuckers. Let them rise from their graves, and the angels of light that work with me, or the demonstrators, start protesting because they want me for president because I'm the only damn person on this planet that gives a shit. And I can't find a decent man who wants to fuck me. Oh, I find plenty of people that want to fuck me. Just nobody that wants to love me. And the one that I love doesn't want to fuck me. So he can fuck off. I'm in Orem. Hit me up. I'll do whatever the hell I want. I'm getting out of the cage. Getting divorced for the second.
Mess with me. I will fight back. Mess with my family. They'll never find your body. And I come back. Niggas trying to play. Mess with me.
Okay. She's not at all what I expected. just a foul mouth, delusional. Oh man. Yeah, put her on the stand, and people are gonna side eye Chad, going, "You're publishing this person's books. Why?" No, I expected somebody who had some semblance of, who tried to put on a veneer of sanctity and piousness, but no, not at all. And this woman was getting $400 a head in conventions. Why? So, I see Reverend Donna Serafina has a live going on right now titled Emma Daybell and Mind Control Agenda. It sounds intriguing. I don't want to crash anybody's live unless I've got permission. So, let me see if there's anything new on YouTube. Okay, let me pull up my playlist. Oops. Just closed a tab I didn't mean to do. Trying to find the right tab here. I'm sorry, I'm just a little mind blown still at that Chili Row video. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Let's see.
Okay, they lived here. They met. They lived in.
Okay, this one is from some time ago on Lori and her trial. And let's take a look at that. So it's called 7 Most Powerful Moments from Lori Vallow Daybell's Trial. So let's get this set.
Before these animals were adopted,
I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and I'm homesick for it every single day.
That was Lori Vallow Daybell addressing the court at her sentencing. We break down some of the most compelling moments of the hearing, including emotional victim impact statements and some choice words from the judge. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Yes, as you just heard, that was Lori Vallow Daybell speaking to the court about her children that she was found guilty of killing. The 49-year-old Idaho mother was convicted by a jury of her peers of murdering and conspiring to murder her 2 children, 7-year-old J.J. Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, and also the conspiracy to commit the murder of 49-year-old Tammy Daybell, the deceased wife of her husband and co-defendant Chad Daybell. Now, while the bodies of her children were found on Chad's property, he's facing similar charges, by the way. He's going to be tried at a later date. Tammy, it was initially believed, died in her sleep from natural causes, but a further investigation revealed that she had been murdered, that she died by asphyxiation at the hands of another. Chad and Lori were apparently having an affair. They got married just 2 weeks after Tammy's death. That was an important piece of evidence in this case. And there was a ton of evidence, including recordings that were played throughout the trial, where Chad and Lori believed that they were spiritual beings and that people around them, such as JJ and Tylee, were, quote, dark spirits. Now, ultimately, Lori Vallow Daybell killed her own 2 children. And so far, it seems that she has shown no signs of remorse. Keep that in mind as we talk about her sentencing hearing. What punishment should she face? That's the question at this sentencing hearing. Well, on Monday, at this sentencing, a wave of emotions filled that courtroom. And that is because the victim impact statements were read aloud. Now, victim impact statements are the chance for people who are close to the victims to speak to the court about the loss that they suffered as a result of these crimes. The judge takes all of this into consideration to then determine the severity of the sentence. It's kind of a balancing test of weighing mitigating factors versus aggravating factors, and those statements are an important part. But also during sentencing hearings, the defendant has the option to speak to the court as well. Lori Vallow Daybell, she did just that. And I got to say, I wasn't that surprised as to what she said. I just was so disturbed.
Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor. I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson.
Now, this is consistent with what we've learned about Lori during the course of this trial with her bizarre religious beliefs, very consistent with what she said to her son and sister on jailhouse phone calls, where it's almost like a religious justification for what happened to the kids and Tammy. But like she did on the calls and like she did here, she never outright says what happened to them, right? She talks about how this wasn't murder. And what was it? Was it an accident? What are we not understanding? What is she insinuating? Because as you'll hear from the rest of her statement, it sure sounds like heaven is a great place, but she claims that she's mourning. It's inconsistent. Because listen to what she says next.
We chose to come to earth as mortals. Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine. I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home.
Sorry, more tech issues here. Let me pull that back up. Let's see. Here we go.
Adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body.
Here's the truth. We may never get an answer as to why she did this. That's a real possibility. This may be the closest to that, though. Maybe a confession. You know, she talked about how Tylee was in pain at one point in her life. She was suffering a way to alleviate that pain. And when she talks about welcoming death and how great heaven is, it's maybe not only saying, well, it was my job to make sure the kids and Tammy reached heaven, but also maybe, should she be on suicide watch? I have to wonder if that's a consideration after what she's saying. But also, from a legal point of view, there is no insanity defense in Idaho. If there was, or this had occurred in a different state, I sure do wonder if a jury would have said she was insane, because it seems like she really didn't appreciate what she did was wrong. She lives in this kind of warped world, because if she's really believing what she's saying here, this is next level stuff. It's really hard to grasp. And then listen to what she says about the kids and what they're up to right now.
One of the times that Tylee came to me as a spirit after she died, she commanded me, and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. The first time JJ visited me after he passed away, he put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. I love you. And I know you loved me every minute of my life." JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit, and he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy, he is engaged, he has jobs that he does there, and he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone, and I adored him every minute of his life. My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited, and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
That is so chilling. The spirits coming to visit her. Tammy is her friend. The kids are happy in heaven. Tell her not to worry. I've actually seen this similar kind of reasoning in cases of parents killing their children. It's frightening. It really is. But here's something to think of too. If she really believes that they're happier in heaven and heaven's the place to be, why did she marry Chad and look so happy in those wedding photos and vacationing in Hawaii? If Earth is really this bad place, and reality is so bad, I don't know. Does she really think that, she has to live to free other people? I can't begin to fathom this or understand this. I don't want to get into that world. It's just so disturbing. We heard, as I mentioned, victim impact statements. Again, the chance for loved ones to explain to the court the impact these deaths have had on their lives. And as I mentioned, Lori was found guilty for the conspiracy to commit the murder of Tammy Daybell, her co-defendant's lover's deceased wife. Throughout the trial, it became known Lori was a serial liar and manipulator. And when Tammy Daybell's sister, Samantha Gwilliam, delivered her statement, that was something she heavily emphasized.
We asked, what's her name? Lori Ryan. Well, that was a lie. That was 2 husbands ago. So as I searched, what happened to your previous husband? She told us that he had died from a heart attack. Lie. He died from being shot. I asked, are there children? I was told we will be empty nesters. That's a lie. The police ask us about missing children. You answer, the children aren't missing. They're safe and happy. It's a lie. Your children, your poor children, were dead and buried on Chad's property, and my sister was told was sick and her health was failing. Well, that was a lie. I had seen her with my own eyes 2 weeks prior. She was very healthy. We have to go through her being disinterred and having an autopsy done. Was glad to get some answers and some truth after so many lies. But to find out what we knew in our hearts all along, she'd been murdered by those who saw her as an obstacle to a plan. Planned her murder just as much as you planned the murders of your own children and your previous husband. Why? Why plan something so heinous? You could sit there and think, You've never met me and I don't know you. But I've always been able to tell when I am being lied to and you are a liar, an adulteress, and a murderer. Because of the choices you made, my family lost a beloved mother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She was 1,000 times the woman you will ever dream of being. Because of the choices you made, we have been hounded by media and those who revel in all of the salacious scandal you have stirred up. Because of you and your desire to get what you want at any cost, my family has been ripped apart.
And as you heard, these just aren't plain white lies. These are lies about very serious matters. A big theme in this case was how everyone was kept in the dark about these kids and Tammy and what Chad and Lori were up to. And just one more thing on Samantha Gwilliam. She also pointed out how her and Tammy's mother was battling leukemia and passed away last month in June after Lori was convicted. So while Tammy's mother got justice for her daughter in a way, Samantha made it clear to Lori about how the past 4 years took an emotional toll on the family. I mean, she would explain how this trial about the death of her daughter was the last thing her ailing mother had to live through. Just unthinkable. Now, we also heard from Tammy's aunt, Vicky Hoban, who broke down as she delivered her victim impact statement.
She was taken from us by murdering thieves. Lori sits here convicted and prepped for prison. And let's be honest, the only question left is for how long? But Tammy was robbed of her entire life. And all of her family robbed of ever seeing her again. Never will she whisper a joke with a friend and laugh. Never see another sunrise or a sunset. Never smell fresh rain or see her grandchildren stomp through a mud puddle. Never to hear being called grandma or mom. Not another birthday, Christmas, birth of a grandchild, or graduation from preschool. No seeing pictures of prom, first dates, or weddings. No searching for something fun to do or growing a garden.
Not an easy day. Not an easy day. And in that vein, we also heard from a very notable figure in this case, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, Kay Woodcock. Her and Larry Woodcock, very outspoken in this case. If anybody's been following it, you know them. She addressed the court as well. Very emotional. After Lori's third husband, Charles Vallow, this is Kay's brother, after he was killed by Lori's brother, Alex Cox, in July of 2019, police originally ruled that as a self-defense. Now Lori Vallow Daybell is actually charged with conspiracy to commit his murder. Well, Kay and her husband, Larry, they became suspicious of Lori. They believed that she didn't want JJ anymore, and the Woodcocks had nothing but love for their grandson and Tylee. They just wanted to keep them safe. Well, Kay Woodcock directed part of her statement at Lori, and she didn't hold back about who she believes Lori is.
Lori is undeniably a monster that has has not taken any responsibility or shown an ounce of remorse for her vile actions. She deserves to never again breathe oxygen as a free member of society. Her actions, dismissive behavior, and disinterest in court proceedings continue to validate her lack of accountability and remorse or any possibility to be rehabilitated. Lori Cox Daybell is a danger to society. Her body and manipulative mind are weapons used for her selfish greed and satisfaction. We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness that drove her to commit these heinous acts. Rather, she is driven by her greed and need to be the center of attention.
Kay Woodcock also spoke about her love for JJ and how he was just an innocent 7-year-old boy.
Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, JJ wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. There it was, the connection. It was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with JJ. We were always in love, comfort, and safety.
Powerful. victim impact statements. But now, after the victim impact statements and the recommendations from the prosecution and the defense, it was all up to Judge Stephen Boyce to deliver this sentence. And you remember when I talked about how he was paying careful attention to what Lori Vallow Daybell was saying and how she really didn't show any remorse? Listen to what the judge had to say.
You killed those children, according to the state's theory, and I believe it, to remove them as obstacles and to profit financially. You justified all of this by going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole, and clearly you are still down there. While you were enjoying your new life in Hawaii, countless law enforcement officers, family members, and volunteers were searching for your children. And I don't think to this day you have any remorse for the effort and heartache you caused for others who looked for your children when you knew where they were and knew they were dead. They were found dead, burned, mutilated, and dismembered, and buried like animals. After you knew they were dead, you collected public funded assistance payments meant for them, and that was blood money you kept for yourself. The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review, and there's images that I will never get out of my mind, and I'm just looking at the pictures. Law enforcement officers who had to deal with the aftermath of what you did, I'm sure were traumatized, and I know it was traumatic as well for the jurors who had to sit through and see the photographs of these dead and mutilated and buried children. And it is the most shocking thing, really, I can imagine, is that a mother killed her own children and you simply have no remorse for it. Even sitting here today, there's no remorse for what you did. After all of this evidence through trial, you haven't shown any remorse. You haven't said you're sorry. You haven't done anything to seek leniency from this court. There's been a lot of people during trial and here who have explained the devastation you're responsible for, and you've forever altered the lives, not in a good way, for many, many people, destroying family relationships, taking people away that were loved, cared for, and needed.
Yep, he really didn't hold anything back. And he kind of spoke to what a lot of the people who've been following this trial felt. In fact, our reporter, Gigi McKelvey, who was on the ground, she said that some of the jurors in Lori Vallow Daybell's case actually attended this sentencing. They weren't required to do so. They're not there to do anything, but they were so touched apparently by this case and affected by it, they wanted to see the outcome of their decision, finding Lori Vallow Daybell guilty. But like I said, it was up to the judge to deliver this sentence, and here was his decision.
The charge you were convicted of, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence of fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. On count 4, the charge of the first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate life imprisonment sentence with no possibility of parole. I'll next address the 3 conspiracy counts you've been convicted of. And note, under Idaho Code 18-1701, the punishment for those crimes is the same as the underlying offenses you combined to commit. One of the offenses you combined to commit was first-degree murder, so those may be punishable also by imprisonment for life. Count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. You're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. You're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. And on count 5, the conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole.
So aside from the financial penalties and the grand theft charges, the most serious charges, the murder and conspiracy charges, the judge threw the book at her, the absolute maximum. And to have these sentences run consecutively, meaning one life sentence after the other, that is a major statement and a major ruling from Judge Stephen Boyce. That means that Lori Vallow Daybell will never walk out of prison a free woman. She will die behind bars. And as a legal matter, after following this trial, I don't anticipate any significant issues for an appeal that would somehow throw these convictions or sentences out. I don't see it. Now, I will end on a personal note because I've been following this case for the last 3 or 4 years. And I will tell you, it has been incredibly difficult to follow. It has been so tough to listen to, hear what happened to these kids, hear what happened to Tammy. It's honestly one of the worst cases I have ever covered on Law and Crime. So for me, today was a bit cathartic. And in a way, and I believe this, I know that this is a major step forward for the families and the loved ones of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. But now we will have to wait and see what happens next, because the legal case for Lori's co-defendant, Chad Daybell, that's going to be coming up. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Lori had talked about how both Charles and Tammy were supposed to pass away.
Correct.
Do you know what she told you regarding Tammy passing away?
She learned from Chad that he knew years ago that she would be passing away, early in her life.
We recapped 6 major moments in Lori Vallow Daybell's murder trial that may have led to her ultimate conviction. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The Lori Vallow Daybell trial has officially wrapped up. The Idaho mother, who was on trial for the murders of her 2 children, 7-year-old JJ Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, and also for conspiracy to commit the murder of 49-year-old Tammy Daybell, the deceased wife of her husband and co-defendant Chad Daybell. What a trial this was. I mean, we're dealing with a case where the bodies of these kids were found in Chad's backyard. We learned that Tammy died by asphyxiation at the hands of another while at the home with Chad one night. Chad and Lori having an affair, getting married 2 weeks after Tammy's death. Just an incredibly sad, dark, and tragic case. And after 5 weeks of testimony, evidence, arguments, the jury came back with their decision.
Is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4, the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty.
Lori Vallow Daybell convicted across the board of all murder, conspiracy, and grand theft charges. Her sentencing is going to be at a later date, but it's our understanding that she faces the mandatory of life in prison without the possibility of parole. So how did she get here? How did the jury reach this decision? Well, of course, without actually speaking to the jurors, we won't know exactly what persuaded them. And at the time of this recording, no juror has done a public interview as of yet. However, after covering this trial, we thought, let's list out 6 crucial pieces of evidence that may have led to the Doomsday Cult Mom's convictions. First up, the recorded phone calls. Recorded phone calls allow the jury to actually hear the defendant talking about critical issues in a case. And that can be very tough for defense attorneys to fight against. After all, these are the defendant's own words. How do you say, she didn't mean this or she didn't mean that? Well, while in jail, Lori had a series of phone calls. First, there was she and Chad. As she's locked up on charges related to failing to produce the kids after they disappeared in the fall of 2019, she and Chad speak on the phone. And this is when police start searching Chad's property, where they are eventually going to find JJ and Tylee's dead and buried bodies. Listen to this exchange.
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. And then so Mark means we'll be talking to you.
What, are they in the house?
No, they're out on the property.
Are they saving stuff? Again?
They're searching.
What can I do for you?
No surprise as to what's happening. No shock. No, why on earth are they searching your property, Chad? Where are the kids, Chad? And I think an argument could be made that that showed knowledge of what happened to the kids. No, but that's not all. Because there are also the calls with her son, Colby Ryan, and her sister, Summer Shiflett, after the bodies of her children are discovered. You have 2 people who are begging Lori for answers, and she's not giving in.
So you can judge me, Colby, all day long. Go ahead and judge me. The whole world has. The whole world has judged me.
Listen to me.
They don't know, and you don't know. You don't know what I've been through, and you don't even give a crap what they've been through. Nobody does. Except for me. I'm the one that knows. I'm the one that was in the hospital with Tylee for hundreds of days watching her suffer. I'm the one that was there doing everything with JJ every day. I was the one who did it all these years.
You did it all to throw it in the garbage. They're not.
You don't know what happened. You don't know what happened.
Freaking matter what happened if they're buried in your new husband's backyard. Tell me that matters what happened. You tell me that you did this in Jesus' name, Mom. I have to hear that out of your mouth. If you believe it, then you are not afraid. Every witness of Christ will scream his name when he comes back. So you are that person.
I am that person. I am that person.
Christ,
and he will come to you. Oh, yeah, Colby, because that's what it is.
Okay.
You don't even know. You weren't even there, and you don't even know.
When I asked you about Tylee in October, what did you tell me? What did you tell me? What lies did you feed me? Why would you lie to me if you're with the Lord and you've seen him, and I'm just talking purely to you, and you've seen Jesus Christ, where's the fear? Why wouldn't you tell me something? Why were you afraid? Why is everyone against you? Why is everything against my mom?
You can be against me all you want. One day, we will all stand there with Jesus. We will all stand there with Jesus, and you will know the truth of everything. Not for me.
You're telling me that this was all done in light. Say it. Tell me that this was done in Jesus' name.
You don't know what happened.
Why? Why don't I know, Mom? Oh, because I was kept in the dark to protect me? You know who needed protecting? My little dead siblings. That's who needed protecting, Mom. This
Where were you?
is not
Sit
okay.
up.
Pure blasphemy. This is funny. This is funny. This is funny. You're laughing like this is funny. How come your camera's on, Mom? You don't want to look at me in the eye?
Is there another explanation? I'm willing to hear it. I don't want to think it. Absolutely, but I can't talk about it. You didn't eat you enough to Hawaii for dancing on the beach while your sister is in the ground? We would have taken them. We would have taken care of them. You could have gone up and done anything you wanted. That's what you think? I don't know what to think. None of us do. You haven't told us anything. We believe you. We stood up for you. I can't. I would love to. You cut me and Mom off for 4 months and told everyone not to trust us because we tell Adam. And now we find this out and you expect me to just keep going on faith when there's been zero explanation and you expect me to just keep believing without ever having a question. You have no if there was any nature. You're right. Nobody does because you get nothing. Because everybody sees what's on TV. That's it. That has nothing to do with TV. This is a your mind conversation. Before you left and cut me off.
My opinion, this hurt Lori a lot. She is arguably cold and callous, discussing the death of her children, no remorse, almost justified in what happened to them. And she basically claims she knows what happened, but her son and sister don't, but she can't really tell them. Why not? If you did nothing wrong, then tell them what happened. But she can't because she knows she's in trouble, right? I always found those calls to be very, very curious, and I imagine they may have stayed in the minds of the jury members. And I think it's pretty fair to say that Lori's own comments and words really led to her downfall. We're going to get into her text messages later on in the show, but for now, some of the most impactful evidence was Lori's dishonesty. You heard a little bit about it on the Colby and Summer calls, how she was lying about where the kids were, and she refused to turn the kids over to authorities. And not only lying to her family and friends and even the police, but asking her friend, Melanie Gibb, to lie to the police as well. Listen to Melanie Gibb herself on the stand.
And you say you asked Chad if JJ was with Kay.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you ask him that?
Because that's what I was told. That's where he went. So why would Kay be looking for him if Kay had JJ?
Do you recall who told you that he was with Kay?
Lori did.
And going forward to the date that Chad called and asked you not to speak with law enforcement, did Lori in fact reach out to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She said that the police had come by and she told the police that I had JJ. She told me to go to she told the police that I took JJ to a movie called Frozen, I believe, and just take random pictures of kids running around at the movie theater.
Was JJ with you?
No,
Did law enforcement try to reach out to you?
they did.
Did you pick up or respond to them initially?
Not initially.
And why did you not respond to them initially?
I wasn't sure what in the world to do.
Had Lori told you anything previously regarding law enforcement?
I'm not sure at this point when she shared with me, but she told me that they were dark and that they were, after her, like Satan was after her with the other dark entities that they talked about. So they call them dark translated beings, I believe.
So Lori asking her friend to lie to police about JJ is not great. This is arguably consciousness of her guilt, right? She knows the kids are dead and she's trying to cover it up so she doesn't get in trouble and so that she can also continue to collect the children's Social Security payments, which we're going to get into in a minute. But another crucial piece of evidence that I believe led to Lori's conviction, and not everyone may agree with me, is a key piece of forensic evidence that was found in connection with JJ's remains. Here is DNA analyst Keely Coleman.
You mentioned a piece of hair that had been stuck to adhesive.
Yes.
What results were obtained from your analysis?
So from the Bodie item EO1, which was the hair sample, a partial female profile was obtained.
And were you able to make any conclusions based on those results?
Yes, Tylee, Ryan, and Melanie Gibb were excluded as possible contributors of that partial DNA profile. The partial DNA profile matched the DNA profile that was provided for Lori Vallow Daybell.
Okay. Did you perform any statistics for the match?
Yes, I did. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with that partial DNA profile is 1 in 71 billion.
In a case directly to the murders of these kids, her hair being found on the tape that wrapped up JJ's body, I feel that was significant to the prosecution's case. Now, some have disagreed with me. Some have said, well, she was JJ's mom. She had long hair. It wouldn't be surprising for her hair to be on JJ. That's true. But in totality, in light of all of the evidence, her hair on the duct tape, which we didn't know about before this trial, that felt like a big win for the prosecution. Again, would love to hear how the jury ultimately felt about that piece of evidence. Okay, so as we analyze 6 major moments that may have led to Lori Vallow Daybell's convictions, let's also talk about how she was convicted for conspiracy to commit the murder of Tammy Daybell, Chad's first wife. Now, analysts, legal experts question whether the jury would actually find her guilty with respect to Tammy, the argument being that there may not have been enough evidence actually tying her to a plot to kill her husband's then current wife. But I will say, some of the most crucial evidence was related to not the night that Tammy actually died, but 10 days earlier when someone tried to shoot Tammy Daybell. That's right, someone tried to shoot her. Presumably Alex Cox, Lori's deceased brother. That's where the evidence pointed to. So going back to that night in question, listen to this interaction between Lori Vallow Daybell and Alex Cox's widow, Zulema Pastenes. Again, the very night someone tried to shoot Tammy and missed.
Lori told me that Tammy had been possessed by a demon, and that it was no longer her, kind of like the same thing that she had said about Charles, and that she needed my help casting out from her.
Okay. And did you guys do a casting on Tammy?
Yes, Lori and I were doing the casting. Melanie got a phone call, and she was on a phone call while we were doing casting.
Okay. How did the casting on Tammy end?
Lori said that she had received some new information on how to do a casting, that it could work, and we were going to be using the Cosmos, and can't remember exactly what other things, but no, we were going to be using this. And then afterwards, she gave me tons of praise for how awesome I was and how great I was. And then afterwards, she received a phone call from someone.
Okay. And was she near you when she got that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What was her attitude and demeanor when she got that phone call?
She was very, very angry, scary angry.
Okay. And now this is the night that Tammy was shot at.
Correct.
Okay. So while she's on the phone, she appears angry and scary angry. Did you hear anything she said?
Yeah, she was using some very derogatory terms such as idiot, moron, and just being very, very angry with whoever she was on the phone with.
After she got off the phone, what did she say to you?
She said, idiot, can't do anything right by himself.
it certainly seems like Lori was not too happy that someone missed their shot at Tammy. And it also seems like that person that she was angry with was Alex Cox. That's what I think the evidence showed. Now, let's not forget, before Tammy died, Lori was not only having an affair with Chad, but she was looking up and purchasing malachite wedding rings online. In fact, the evidence shows that she purchased a ring 17 days before Tammy's death. And we know that 2 weeks after Tammy died, no hesitation, she and Chad got married in Hawaii. All this seems to support the argument that Lori planned, conspired to kill Tammy so that she could be with Chad. But in terms of a motive, the prosecution was adamant that Lori conspired to kill these kids and ultimately did murder them, a large part for money, namely their Social Security benefits that both Tylee and JJ were entitled to after the deaths of their respective fathers, Joseph Ryan and Charles Vallow. Here's forensic accountant Michael Douglas talking about Lori receiving certain payments after the deaths of the kids.
And you have mentioned this, but what date were Chad and Lori married?
November 5th of 19.
And can you tell me how many payments were received into Lori Vallow's Compass account on behalf of Tylee Ryan after her death?
4.
And what was the amount of the Social Security payment for each month that was received for Tylee Ryan?
So in October through December of 19, she received $1,859 a month. In January of 20, she received $1,888.
And what's the total amount of those payments?
The total being $7,465.
Okay. And how many monthly payments were there for JJ?
4.
And what was the Social Security payment for each month that was received for JJ Vallow?
October through December of 19, it was $1,951 a month. And January of 20, it was $1,982.
And what was the total amount of those payments?
The $78.35.
All right, I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought back in and then we can go on the record. All right, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we'll take just a moment to make sure our tech's working here on the live stream, please. Okay, we are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've returned from the lunch recess we scheduled early today. Mr. Pryor, I believe you've got another witness here ready to call. Is that correct? You may. So the defense continues with its case in chief, and once you are ready, Mr. Pryor, you can name and call your next witness, please.
Judge, the defense called Asmir Kararic.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. All right, before we get started with direct examination, I just want to inquire of the witness. First, is there a title you go by, investigator, officer, agent, et cetera?
Investigator's fine, Your Honor.
Investigator, all right. Investigator, is it Kararic?
Karadzic.
Karadzic. Have you observed any of this trial since it began either on the live stream or here in person at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. You may go ahead and start your direct, Mr. Pryor.
Investigator, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Asmir Karadzic, Kararic.
All right. Investigator, how are you employed?
I am working right now for Idaho Attorney General's office as an investigator.
In June of approximately 2020, were you employed in the same capacity?
Yes, sir.
At what time were you asked to participate in an investigation regarding Tammy Daybell?
I believe I was assigned this case on April 10th of 20. Of next year.
So at some point you were asked to participate in an investigation, and then in February you were asked to cease that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you come to some conclusion regarding the investigation, or was there some other reason for the ceasing of the investigation?
I was asked by my chief to end the investigation because the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office wanted the case back.
Okay, and originally they handed the case to your office, is that correct?
Correct, for prosecution.
And then at some point they elected to ask that the case be returned to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you engage in an interview with a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Yes, I did.
And can you recall the date or dates that you interviewed Miss Gibb?
That was August 5th of 2020.
And as part of that investigation, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was it your normal policy to record interviews of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And that's generally a good practice, would you agree?
Yes.
To ensure that you get an accurate reflection of what was discussed during the interview, correct?
Correct.
I want to go back, if you can recall, the amount of time you spent during the interview.
The interview was 3 hours, 38 minutes, and I forget the seconds. It's about 182-page report.
Would that be a considerable interview?
Yes.
More so than on the average?
Yes.
Would it tend to be on the large end of an interview?
Yes.
And can you explain to me why the interview took so long?
Well, we had a lot to discuss. I had a lot of questions that I wanted to know from Ms. Gibb. Wanted to know how she was aware of anything in this case, if she knew Lori, Vallow, Chad, and their beliefs.
Okay. At any time, did you start asking questions about her personal beliefs?
Well, I clarified some things with her because she said a lot of things that I did not really understand. I didn't understand what she was talking about. But yeah, it did lead to that.
And part of the questioning about that was she was expressing her opinion about her personal beliefs and on topics that you didn't quite even understand what she was talking about?
There was a lot that I didn't understand, so I would have her clarify, but it wasn't a topic of her personal beliefs.
Okay, it was or was not?
It seemed to be.
Okay, and can you recall what some of the topics that she discussed with you that were part of her personal beliefs that you did not understand?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance as to Ms. Gibbs' personal beliefs.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Some of the things that she was talking about is, I call it the scale, the light or dark. She gave me the impression that she can maybe was able to determine if a person was either light or dark.
Is that something that she advised you of?
She kind of hinted at it.
Okay. And there were other options. She talked about her personal understanding of casting.
She did talk about that.
Okay. She talked about her personal understanding of being able to use vibrations as a means of healing or something to that effect.
Something to that effect. Yeah.
And these were visions or the visions, excuse me. These were topics that she, in your opinion, she expressed that she had a true belief in. Is that correct?
During the interview, I believe that she believed in that.
Okay. Now, just to reiterate, this was on August 5th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was more than a year after the allegations relating to the start of the case with Mr. Daybell and others. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I would object. I believe that misstates the evidence.
Okay.
Sustained.
Now, at the end of this, and would it be fair to say that this was sort of a teaching to you of her religious theories and beliefs?
For me, it was, since I didn't really understand it, it felt like she was educating me a lot about her beliefs.
Okay. Okay. And she didn't say where she got these beliefs from, did she?
No,
Okay. She never told you that Chad Daybell taught her about all of these beliefs, did she?
she did talk in the interview that she heard from Chad and Lori some of the same things that she was mentioning.
Okay. But at no time did she tell you that it was Chad Daybell who taught you about all of these unusual I'm sorry, Judge, all of these beliefs that she discussed with you?
Not specifically.
Okay. At some point, the interview ended. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, there was a further discussion that was off the tape, correct?
Correct.
And in all respect to you, officer, you contacted me and told me about that openly, did you not?
I did.
You discussed with me that upon review and being received a subpoena from my office, you discovered that there was a portion of that interview that was not properly recorded, correct?
Correct.
You didn't anticipate that Ms. Gibb would continue to talk to you after the recording was pushed off, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the topic of that discussion?
After the interview was done, it was more because I was curious. Her talking about the scale of light and dark discussion. I believe she mentioned that I was nice, that I was a good person. And so I just asked the question, what did she believe on the scale? Where would she rate me?
And did she respond to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She stated that I was on the light side, that I was so light that I was given this light aura.
And was that something that that she made it? She didn't tell you that was Chad Daybell told her how to do that, did she?
No, she did not.
She did that on her own initiative, is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
World.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Beatty, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. During your interview with Melanie Gibb, did she ever tell you that she created this belief system that Lori and Chad also adhered to?
No, she did not.
In fact, did she not tell you that she met Chad through Lori and that she was a follower of some of their teachings?
Yes.
Didn't she tell you that Chad would tell Lori about these ideas and that Lori would then convey them to her?
Yes.
So isn't it fair to say that many of these ideas, whether or not Melanie Gibb adhered to them, did in fact come from Chad Daybell?
Judge, objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it goes straight to,
It's overruled, Ms. Beatty.
you may answer.
Yes, I believe so.
No.
Okay. Includes cross, any redirect, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, this witness may be excused from the defense. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming in and testifying. I don't believe he'll remain under any subpoena, will he,
No, Judge, not from my office.
in the state?
He's released by the state.
Okay, thank you for appearing. Thank you, Your Honor. You may call your next witness, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, may I approach again to the podium?
Yes.
We would call Rick Schmidt.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Okay, before we begin with testimony, again, I'll ask this witness as well. Do you have a particular title you go by? Agent, officer, et cetera?
Rick Schmidt.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, then I do want to inquire, have you been observing in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I
Or
did
five.
the,
This was the issue that was brought up on the sidebar earlier.
Oh, okay. And counsel, could we have a brief, quick second sidebar on that? All right, counsel, thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and wait out in the hallway for a moment while we take up a brief matter outside your presence, and then we'll have you return right back in for additional testimony here.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, we had the jurors excused for a moment. In a sidebar, I was notified there may have been an issue with some inadvertent exposure to trial testimony by this witness. We thought it was something that would best taken up outside the jurors' presence. I believe the state identified the issue, and perhaps we could just have a quick question of the witness on this, or I'll just, based on the proffer, I guess, pose the question. Mr. Schmidt, it was advised to the court that you may have overheard some trial testimony of a previous witness. Is that correct?
yes,
And what was it that you recall hearing that was testified to in the case?
it was by Ron Arnold. He said, when Mr. Pryor asked him a question, he said, I don't know, you own the property, you tell me.
And how was it that you came about hearing that?
I was playing on a device when I came home from work and my wife was watching, and
Okay, and beyond that, did you listen to or hear any other trial testimony?
no,
Okay, and certainly I understand those things can happen. I want to make clear, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong here, other than we need to get the issue out on the record before you testify. So knowing that that comment was overheard, does the defense, I'll start with you, Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions for him in regards to what he may have heard on that?
No, none whatsoever.
All right, does the state have any questions for the witness before we move on to that?
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in. I just wanted to not bring that fact up again in front of the jurors since they were instructed to disregard it previously. So the jurors can return and you can just start on with your direct at that time. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Here's our the counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
At some point, you were referred to as Officer Schmidt, is that right?
Yes.
That was in June of 2019, 2020?
Yes.
And which department were you with, sir?
The Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. At some point, you were assigned a task to participate in some sort of excavation or shovel work on June 9th of 2020 on the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in a previous proceeding last April of 2023 and being asked questions about boundaries and your role in that task that you were tasked with?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall being asked about whether or not there were any boundaries given at that point when you were testifying last April of 2023?
Yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
I said there was no boundaries.
Okay. And then you were asked a question about whether or not they said, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked about that as well?
Yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
Yes.
What was your response?
Something to the fact that something like that.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Yes.
Judge, may I have the could I have the deputy provide the officer with a transcript of his testimony? And
Yes, you may.
where the asterisk is there. Just have him read it, just the first line in the answer.
All right, so this is being proffered to refresh his recollection. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Judge. And officer, after you read it, then the deputy will run it back to me. He'll show you where he wants you to read. Now, officer, in that hearing back in April of 2023, you were asked just, hey, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
And what was your response?
Pretty much.
Is it possible your response was yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Oh,
Pretty much was in there too.
okay. Pretty much was in there as well. Judge, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross from the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
Do you still have that transcript up with you?
No.
You were asked about the morning or the events that took place on Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about some answers you gave in a prior evidentiary hearing.
Yes.
Judge, could we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, thank you. The court, in a sidebar there, just discussed with counsel some terminology in the questioning. There was a reference to a term evidentiary hearing made in the cross-examination. The court would instruct the jurors to disregard that term evidentiary hearing and just have a reference that a hearing took place. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you were asked about your involvement on June 9th, 2020.
Yes,
And where were you that day?
on Chad Daybell's property.
And you were asked about a couple of specific questions you were asked last year.
Yes,
Let's talk about that real quick. You were asked about boundaries.
yes,
Do you recall what that question was in regards to?
no,
Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript of what you testified to last year?
yes. Okay.
And if you can put that down, thank you. Do you recall, in relation to what were you asked about boundaries?
In the search, a grid search.
All right. And do you recall what specific area you were searching or that you were asked about searching in regards to those boundaries?
Yes, the fire pit and the pet cemetery areas.
As you sit there today, do you recall there being any type of grid or boundary at those areas when you were searching?
I don't, just right inside the fire pit and then the pet cemetery area. No specific boundaries in relation to those areas.
All right. Do you recall seeing any type of grid placed on the ground?
I don't remember that.
You were also asked about something to the effect of being handed a shovel and walking around.
Yes,
When you first arrived at Mr. Daybell's property, what was the first thing you did?
I don't recall the first thing that I did.
Okay. At any point, did you have a shovel
Yes.
and walk around the property?
Yes,
And was that something you were instructed to do?
yes.
Do you recall who instructed you to do it?
I believe it was Steve Daniels.
And do you recall who Steve Daniels is?
He's FBI. He's with forensic. I think he was in charge of the scene that day.
So in fact, weren't you told before the search really got going in any specific areas to look around the property and see if you saw anything irregular?
Judge objection goes beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
Yes,
And were you with anyone else when you did that?
yes.
Who were you with? Do you remember?
I remember Colin Erickson from the police department and Travis, I can't remember his last name, but he was FBI. And we were instructed to walk around the field and look for soft spots or different areas that looked different.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, there will be no further questions from the defense.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Schmidt. Is either side intending to have him held under subpoena until the trial's done?
Not from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Not from the state.
Okay, Then you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying today. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Pryor, as I understand it, based on discussions we've had, the defense is not prepared with another witness this afternoon. Is that correct?
Judge, because of the travel, some of my experts will not be available until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, if that's where we stand, then we're going to need to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll continue from the court side of things, working on other administrative issues as we get towards the conclusion of this trial. I do want to let the jury know we're certainly mindful of your time and doing our best to get productive days in for you, to not extend things out unnecessarily. In a trial of this length, it can be difficult given the timing of scheduling things months and months in advance. So we're doing our best here, but we are going to go ahead and recess for the day, and we'll continue again in the morning then with another defense witness at 8:30. Thank you for your attentiveness today. As you break for the day, please follow the continuing instruction of the court to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate the case or follow any media that you see on the case. And we will see you here tomorrow morning for additional evidence, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Oh, well, that was rather a shock. The only thing we got today was a slip up by John Pryor referring to Tammy's death as a murder. And somebody on Twitter said he looked like, let's see, let me read it here. Whispers Too Loud said, confirmation bias from people who were not present at the murder. Chad Daybell just put Pryor on the dark list. Probably has an entity in him and it needs a casting. So, things aren't going well for the defense when the it's only day 2 and the of what should be 4 weeks of defense, and the judge is already talking jury sequestration. This is going to wrap up quickly at this rate. He's got expert witnesses for tomorrow, and they're anything like today's expert witness. We won't get anything out of them, but we might get some more Freudian slips from John Pryor. So, with that being said, I guess we will wrap this up and come back tomorrow morning and see if Pryor makes any headway or manages to dig himself a deeper hole for him and Chad. So we'll see you tomorrow. Have a lovely afternoon and evening. Until then, bye-bye.